I came across a man who'd hung himself on his boat 5 or 6 miles offshore about 4 or 5 years ago. The eerie and truly creepy part was realizing what it was. We saw just a boat out in the middle of the ocean's nowhere, without anything other than blue horizon in sight. At the break of dawn, there was fairly thick fog, as it had rained the night before. Realizing that the figure hanging from the boom was a man was one of the most haunting things I've seen. In the Gulf of Alaska, I've seen some shit, but one of the most terror-inspiring things I've seen are what can happen with some of those loose logs from a logging trade. Sometimes when a big log gets loose from a raft, it becomes partially waterlogged and floats small end up. So you have this 4-foot diameter telephone pole in the sea, sticking up 40 feet into the air. No biggie. Shows up on radar, easy to spot. Now give that pole 20 years of floating around or so. It rots in such a way that it becomes filed to a point by wind and waves, and it looks quite menacing, like giant spears. Now put it in a gale with 25-foot waves, and it becomes a towering spike of death that shoots up from the sea every 15 to 20 minutes, out of nowhere, 60 feet into the air, only to plunge down into the dark depths, waiting to skewer some unsuspecting boat in a few minutes when it thrusts out of the ocean again. It's a genuinely terrifying sight, rare, but not so rare that I haven't seen 2 in one season. It's just such a random terror that has the opportunity to fuck your shit up in a particularly terrifying way. I grew up along the coast of Georgia, just a short drive from the marshes. People always said the water held things, old memory, bad energy, sometimes even spirits. I never really believed any of it until one night about 10 years ago. I was out near the St. Mary's River, helping a friend bring in some crab pots before a storm rolled in. It was late, maybe close to midnight, and the wind was already picking up. The tides were high, and the air had that thick, charged feeling, the one it gets before a bad storm. As we were pulling in the last trap, I noticed something out past the reeds, standing just barely in the water. It looked like a person, tall, still, pale in the moonlight. I thought it was someone else out there checking traps, until I realized they weren't moving, just standing there in the water. No swaying with the wind, not reacting at all. My buddy saw it too. We both stopped talking and just stared for a few seconds. Then the figure slowly sank down. No splash. No movement, just slip beneath the water. The storm hit hard the next morning, torn up docks, power outages, a couple of boats flipped over in the marina. I've only told a few people about what I saw. Everyone says the same thing. You saw a storm spirit. Around here, it's not unheard of. People say if you see something strange in or near the water before a storm, you better take it seriously. Now I do. Every time I see the tide rise a little too quick, or the air gets too still, I remember that pale figure, like I can't get it out of my mind, but I don't waste any time getting inside. A few years ago, I was out fishing in a 16-foot aluminum boat with a buddy of mine, just off the coast. Calm waters, good weather, nothing out of the ordinary. We were anchored and chatting quietly when we noticed a disturbance in the water, way off in the distance. At first, it looked like a ripple or maybe a school of fish breaking the surface. But whatever it was getting closer, fast. Within a minute or so, we could see a large wake forming, bigger than anything we'd expect in that area. No boats around, no obvious cause, just a powerful rolling swell moving straight towards us. Before we had time to react, 3 massive whales glided silently beneath the boat, close enough to make the water chum. For a moment, it felt like we were standing on a paper boat. The water rose, shifted, and settled just as quickly as it came. It was incredible, and honestly a little terrifying, how effortlessly they moved beneath us, like shadows in deep water. Decades ago, I took a midnight swim in the Atlantic Ocean. I'd gotten out pretty far, so I decided to turn around and look at the shore from where I was. All of a sudden, next to me in the water was a man. He said something like, "You're out a bit far, don't you think?" I responded that he was right, and then he said that I should head back to shore. I thanked him and swam back. When I got out of the water, I turned around to see if I could see him, but there was no one there. Why it never occurred to me to ask him to swim back as well, I'll never know. I was on a ferry for a school softball trip off Kodiak Island in Alaska, 2014. I was 18. A whole bunch of us had snuck up to the deck around 11 p.m., wanted to watch the waves and smoke cigarettes and weed and just be general teenagers on a boat without supervision. It was 11 p.m. in May in Alaska, so the sun was thinking about setting, but it was still bright outside. So we're just doing our thing and we notice a pod of orcas swimming with the ferry's wake, which is very cool but not unusual. If you're familiar with the dimensions of an orca's fin, you know that they're about 4 to 6 feet in height and look like big black spikes coming out of the water. They travel and hunt in pods of anywhere between 15 to 40 whales, apex predators, the beautiful demon murderers of the sea. Total assholes, but top of the food chain. So, we saw a pod of orcas, counted them to be about 10 or 15, with some babies scattered in there. Very fun to watch. Took them a good 30 minutes to all go by. We tried to get pictures, but it was just dark enough that our shitty phone cameras weren't much good. And about 30 or 40 minutes go by, we've pretty much sobered up and it's about to get dark. We're cold and sleepy and about ready to go in. No more orcas. Haven't seen one for like a half an hour. And then one of my JV girls spots another one. So we all turn and look, but one dorsal fin is immediately followed by another, and another, and another, and then two more after that, in separate rows, and they're taller by a lot, and jagged, like some would have whole chunks torn out of them. And they were 8, maybe 10 feet tall. And they were all attached to one creature. We could barely see its back slicing through the water, covered in these rows of spikes, and it just keeps coming. This thing is like 20 or 30 feet from the ferry, running parallel to it, and we're all just transfixed, like there's 9 or 10 of us, no one saying a word because we've all just turned to look at a whale, and we're all now watching something that's like horrifyingly, terrifyingly, obviously not a whale. Someone tries to take a picture, but it's too dark at this point, and the only reason we can see this thing is the light that's cast from the ferry portholes. Tale as old as time when it comes to things you really fucking wish that you had a picture of. But we all stand there, completely scared and fucking stiff, in awe. We watch this thing just keep surfacing for a good 6 or 7 minutes, which means that whatever it was long, like 60 or 70 feet long, or longer, and covered in enormous spikes. Spikes that looked like they'd won 1,000 battles with God knows what. It took what felt like an eternity for any of us to say anything after the last of it disappeared into the strait. I mean, if you and like 8 of your friends had just seen something that all science had definitely pointed to not existing, and you had all seen the exact same thing, and it was very obviously trailing, no, probably hunting, not 1, but 15 apex predators. What do you even say to break the silence? That's the thing that eats me about this whole thing. It was the hunting. It was following them. It was literally hunting about 60 ton of toothy, angry, intelligent apex predator. Every once in a while, one of us will hit another one of us up and check in, like, hey, do you remember this? Was I hallucinating? Did we all see the same insane, worldview melting, terrifying thing that night? And the reason I know we did is because none of us talked about it after that. Not during the trip. Not after. Not to any of our friends, because we knew how the fuck do you even tell someone about that? But now, almost 10 years between us and that night, I assume that some of them probably have told other people. I know that I tell people, because I've seen a lot of shit like that in Alaska, and also because there's a very rich history among Native Alaskans of a something that lives and hunts in the waters around Kodiak, and it's important to tell its story because someday it's going to eat a little too much plastic, and no one's ever going to watch it hunt a pod of orcas from a boat ever again. I've always kind of been fascinated by the mysteries of the deep sea, so when the opportunity arose to scuba dive in the murky depths of the Puget Sound, I couldn't resist. I knew very little about scuba diving, but I'd had an instructor with me, 2 in fact, as well as a small group of other very beginner divers. It was a super misty morning. A layer of fog was still over the water when we'd walked our way in. I was from Everett, but Mukilteo practically sits right beside it, but it's got some of the most beautiful views and a spot well known for diving. Right between a beautiful hotel and some off-limits oil docks. The area is rather peaceful, to say the least, compared to the main beach or the lighthouse park. I found myself descending into the chilly waters off the coast. We weren't head under quite yet, but I could hardly wait to explore the world just beneath me and surrounding me. There was a period of time where I felt so comfortable I almost lost focus on the instructor and what they were saying. Luckily, it was all repeated. Finally, submerged. It was much quieter than I expected it to be. Only the sound of my own breathing through the gear mingled with the almost eerie silence. I navigated the underwater space through the kelp forests. I realized it was also darker than I expected. Everything, including myself, swayed with a gentle current. I was calm, and then I wasn't. An unexplainable unease began to settle within me. It was as if an invisible force would snatch me into the darkness at any given moment. It felt as if I was being watched, for sure. I tried to tell myself, you're with people. It's probably just an actual person. Though I knew deep in my gut, the same gut screaming for me to get away. There wasn't a fellow diver in those dark shadows of the water, but someone, something, watching my every move, was in the shadows. Just as I was about to resurface, a spectral figure materialized before me, underneath the surface. The ghostly apparition was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Translucent and ethereal, much lighter than the shadow it seemed to emerge from. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow. And at first, I thought it was some sort of jellyfish, but I saw its eyes, as piercing as any bright light. Just for a moment, they were fixed on me, causing me to increase my speed to the surface. Still, I was so curious about what I'd seen. Surely those weren't eyes. Now that I'd had a moment to think, I considered that maybe I had in fact seen another diver, that the light had been their headlamp, too, somehow. I didn't have mine on at the time, but maybe I should have. I lowered myself closer to the seabed, trying to capture a glimpse of its presence again. But as I descended, to my sheer horror, the apparition was directly in front of me. At first, I thought it was mirroring my movements, but I realized, whatever it was swimming away. I rose to the surface again, realizing most of the divers were to the northeast of me. I was the furthest back. I swam closer to the group and descended underwater. I realized even from a distance the divers were much clearer. I could see their details clearly underwater. They weren't remotely transparent or shimmering in any way. I decided to try my luck one more time. I swam back in the direction I just explored, but I felt someone grab my leg. I was completely unprepared for the sensation, and it caused me to panic underwater. Summoning some remaining courage, I propelled myself away from the grip on my leg, my heart pounding in my chest. And even though I had oxygen, I felt like I couldn't breathe, like I needed air. I felt it again, a strong pull on my leg. The water's current seemed to conspire against me, suddenly pushing me further into the sound, away from the safety of the surface, further away from the rest of the group. Just as I thought all hope was lost, an eerie stillness settled around me. There was no longer a grip on my leg, and I seized the opportunity to swim upwards with all of my might. Breaking through the surface and touching shore, I removed my headgear and gasped for air. Up to that point in life, I'd almost drowned twice. Been stung by a kind of jellyfish that hurt, and been thrown from a four-wheeler into a metal shed. But at that moment, my body was trembling with a mixture of adrenaline and relief like I'd never felt before. I don't doubt that the Puget Sound is a beautiful ecosystem worth exploring, and it's got several good spots. I've just never been back to that spot in particular. The memory of the underwater encounter, it's still vivid in my mind. I decided that I didn't really need to know what it was. Honestly, the moment it tried to pull me under or away, just pull it all, I was done. My dad was a sonar tech in the Navy for 15 years and spent a lot of his time on submarines, specifically testing the new ones. He told me many stories from his time at sea, but he never revealed why he quit the Navy until I was in my mid-20s. His crew had been assigned to test a new model, built to go in deeper waters for longer periods. When they reached their target depth, they began running the next round of tests, and the sonar detected a large range of hills along the seafloor. It had a giant round mound over 200 feet high, with several small ridgelines stretching out of its center. My dad described it as if someone had taken a giant octopus and laid it with its legs splayed outwards. The following day, they continued along their route and made it to the next checkpoint for mapping and the various tests. Only this time, there was a problem with the results. The octopus-like mass was closer than it should have been, and some of its legs were at the wrong angle. It seemed their navigation had somehow taken them off course, so everything had to stop while they figured out what was wrong and how to fix it. They spent the entire day checking every part of their systems, but they couldn't find the error. In addition, everything else on the sonar was exactly where it should be. So how was this mini mountain range in a new position, like it had followed them? After another round of tests and checks yielded the same results, they received orders to proceed to the next checkpoint. There, it was the same story. Everything seemed to work perfectly, except the sonar showed the mass as being the same distance from them as the previous days. and the legs were once again in new positions. All of the data was reading as if those hills were actually following them along the ocean floor, like they were alive. Every crew member was an experienced sailor. They all had heard stories about prehistoric creatures still living in the sea. Some of the men were starting to think the landmass was actually one of those monsters, that its shape wasn't a coincidence. They held their position overnight, but there were no further changes in the seascape. Being unable to determine the equipment's malfunction or quell the rising panic amongst the crew, they were ultimately ordered to abort the mission and begin their ascent. They had only risen a few hundred feet when the sonar showed one of those legs moving towards them. Whatever that mass happened to be, it was alive. It wasn't moving fast. Whether it didn't feel the need to or simply couldn't is unknown. But the long appendages dwarfed the submarine. It would be all too simple to crush them beneath its colossal weight. With no time to spare, the captain gave the order to fire or torpedo and increase to full speed. The creature took a hit and let out a sound that haunted my father until the day he died. He couldn't describe it except to say that it felt like the ocean itself was crying in pain. Every man on the sub froze as a shockwave from the explosion carried them helplessly away. The sonar was rendered useless during this time. At first, they believed it was damaged in the blast, but once the creature fell silent, it began to function normally once again. 2 days later, the Navy sent 2 teams down in hopes of eliminating the creature and recovering its body for study. But after more than 3 weeks of searching, there was simply no sign of it. My dad, along with most of his crewmates, never felt safe in the water again. Several were discharged, but my father managed to finish the last months of his contract. He had always planned to stay in the Navy until he retired, but thanks to this experience, he decided to sell cars instead. It was a huge change to our lifestyle, but I was just a kid who missed her dad. I thought he wanted more time at home, and for years afterwards, he never let us see the trauma beneath the surface. That's just the kind of man he was. Then, last year, he passed away after a long battle with cancer, and I've been thinking about his old stories a lot. So, I thought it might be good to share this one. If you spend a lot of time out at sea, please stay safe. There's so much we still don't know about the ocean. My grandpa spent his life on fishing boats in the North Sea, and he passed down a lot of stories before his stroke in 2016. Most of them involved giant waves, sinking ships, or piracy, but there was one instance he only spoke of a few times. If you aren't familiar with the North Sea, it's among the most dangerous bodies of water in the world. Grandpa worked on one of the larger boats, but even the biggest get tossed around like toys. Severe storms appear suddenly and unpredictably. The waves were so violent that the men were thrown about the ship without warning. Broken bones and concussions were just routine hazards of the job. Of course, that was nothing compared to falling overboard. That's why any man walking on the deck was tethered to a safety line. The day in question was one of the rare brighter days, but those came with their own dangers. Pirates were far more active on those occasions. Grandpa was one of the men posted to keep watch while the others brought in the nets. These giant nets were lifted with a crane and capable of supporting more than 1,000 pounds, so we're talking durable stuff here. But this time, it only rose a few feet before coming to a grinding halt. Grandpa had a better view from his position, but even he could only see the line disappearing beneath the surface. The crane was under too much strain and quickly switched off, but the awful grinding noise didn't stop. Next, the line suddenly went slack. The net was rising again, but only for a second. It then went tight with great force and seemed to be pulled out to sea. the ship was dragged behind it for a short distance before the line fell slack again. While most of the crew were distracted with bringing in the net, my grandpa and 2 others were still watching the water. They saw a giant ripple appear. It was more than 3 times the length of the boat as something began rising to the surface. Grandpa thought that he was about to see some kind of military submarine, but instead, it was a fishtail half the size of a blue whale. Not that you typically see blue whales in the North Sea, but it's supposed to be the largest creature in the world. Yet here was something that had an equally as large of a tail, possibly bigger. Only the finned part emerged, and it quickly disappeared again with a hard slap that sent a dangerous wave crashing into the side of the ship. You never want a wave to hit you from the side. They're lucky it didn't take them down, but it did knock Grandpa from his post. If not for the safety line, I would have probably never been born. When order was finally restored, the empty net was pulled back onto the boat. Something had ripped it apart. The ends hadn't been cut or chewed through. They had been pulled apart by brute force. Men who spend their lives at sea tend to be a superstitious bunch, and these guys were no different. By the time they learned what Grandpa and the other 2 witnessed, they were all ready to sail back to port, even though they had 3 weeks left on the hitch. I guess a lot of people would find a new profession, but there weren't a lot of job opportunities in my family's area, so my grandfather spent another 30 years at sea before finally retiring. It was a common lifestyle where they were from. My dad moved to the U.S. for college, where he met my mother, and we've been in Illinois ever since. I don't put much stock into ghosts or monsters, but we don't know what the hell might be out there in the oceans. I don't play when it comes to that stuff. Backpacking in the Maryland, Pennsylvania section of the Appalachian Trail, around 17 years old. 4 of us were sleeping under a tarp tied up with paracord, so we only had protection from the rain. I'm guessing around 2 a.m., I'm woken up by hearing branches breaking and movement nearby. Nothing out of the normal. This time of year, the worst it could be is a lone, curious black bear, and they don't really pose any real threat. The sounds were starting to get closer and more rhythmic. Definitely something walking. I turned on my side to see if I could see anything. As the walking is getting closer, I start to see movement in the leaves, with nothing making it. I perfectly hear a person walking towards us, and eventually make its way around our makeshift shelter. I'm freaking out and lay in complete silence for what felt like forever, until my friend laying next to me finally says, "You heard that shit too, right?" Nearly jumped out of my sleeping bag, but also confirmed that I didn't dream the whole thing. Still have no explanation, and I'm half convinced that we just had a collective fever dream. I find my non-paranormal story a bit scarier than what I typed above. I was stalked by a mountain lion in the Rockies a few years ago. The unease that turns into full terror when you realize what is happening. Then, fighting every instinct not to run like a motherfucker. It's a unique experience. Having that primal feeling that your prey is terrifying. It was the summer. I was 24, about to cross that invisible line into 25, and life had that wide-open feel. I was working a seasonal job in Gardner, Montana, just outside the north gate of Yellowstone. The town was small and sleepy, nestled between rugged mountains and that endless sky. Tourists came and went, eager to experience the wild beauty of the park, but for me, it was just where I slept, ate, and worked. I'd rented a modest cabin for the season, rustic, nothing fancy, but it had its charms. At least that's what I thought at first. I remember that night vividly. The air was thick with the smell of pine as usual, but there was a faint sulfur smell, presumably from Yellowstone's geothermal springs, a smell that you never quite got used to, a smell that wasn't usually this strong. Normally the sound of wind pushing through the trees and creaking the cabin was comforting, natural, but something about it felt wrong that night. The wind felt heavier, and I woke up suddenly, though I couldn't remember hearing any noises that could have disturbed me. My heart was pounding in my chest, as if I'd sprinted a mile. I blinked, trying to make sense of the dim room around me, and then I saw something. At first I thought that I was still dreaming, an old woman, floating above my bed. She wasn't standing. She wasn't even hovering like you might picture a ghost would. Her body was stretched horizontally, parallel to mine, suspended mid-air. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. It wasn't possible. And yet there she was, maybe 2 feet above me, her face pale, gaunt, and framed by thin, wispy hair that floated as if she was in water. I found that I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. My body felt paralyzed, though I'm not sure if it was fear or something else keeping me still. Her eyes, they were the worst part. They were open, wide, staring directly into mine, dark and empty, but not blind. No, she was looking at me, seeing me. I wanted to scream, to close my eyes, to wake up and shake this nightmare away, but I couldn't. Time stretched out. Seconds felt like hours. And she just floated there, silent, watching. I could hear my breath shallow and rapid. It was the only sound in the room. For a moment, I thought I saw her lips twitch, like she was going to speak, but nothing came out. I didn't want to know what she had to say. I just wanted her to leave, to disappear, but she stayed. And then she disappeared. Slowly, she began to drift backwards. Her body receded into the far corner of the room, her form becoming more indistinct, like smoke dissolving into the air. But those eyes, those cold, dark eyes, never left mine, not until she vanished entirely. I lay there for what felt like hours, my body still frozen in place, and my mind racing, trying to rationalize what had just happened. Sleep paralysis, maybe. A waking dream. That had to be it. But deep down, I knew better. There was something else, something I couldn't explain away so easily. The next morning I tried to brush it off, but the memory clung to me. It was heavy and unsettling. I avoided looking at the corner of the room where she had disappeared. Something about that space felt different now, darker. I packed my things and spent the rest of the season sleeping with the light on. It didn't help. It's been over 15 years since that night, and I still think about it, constantly. I never told anyone, not really. How could I? It sounded insane. But no matter how many times I replay it in my mind, I can't shake the feeling that it wasn't a dream. That she was real, in her own way, and that she wasn't just there by accident. Gardner is a strange place, perched on the edge of something wild and ancient. The locals talk about spirits, about the land being haunted by things older than we can understand. Maybe she was one of them, drawn to me for reasons I don't know. But whatever she was, wherever she came from, she left her mark, and I'll never forget her face. When I was in high school, I spent part of summer break with my best friend and his family in the countryside of Japan. His grandparents lived in a small, traditional home surrounded by quiet roads and dense trees. They gave me my friend's mom's old childhood room to sleep in. It was simple: floor mattress, desk, a couple of shelves, and there was this wall closet that looked like it had been built into the room decades ago. But the thing that always caught my attention was this other door. Small, maybe 1.5 feet tall, maybe 3 feet wide. It was built into the wall just above the closet. I remember thinking the design was strange, almost like a compartment that wasn't meant to be found. At first, I didn't think too much of it. I was too jet-lagged. The heat and humidity made sleeping a challenge anyway. I'd stayed up late, tossing and turning, scrolling on my phone until the early hours. But I noticed that whenever I turned the lights off at night, something about that small closet space made me uncomfortable. The shadows in the room settled naturally everywhere except that one spot. It always seemed darker there, heavier. After a while, I started to adjust to the time difference and was finally getting some sleep. But one morning, toward the end of the second week, I woke up and noticed that the little door was open, just slightly, about an inch or two. Nothing too crazy. But I was sure that it had been closed before. I got up, closed it gently, figured maybe it hadn't been latched all the way and just came loose. Still, I couldn't help but stare at it for a while afterward, like I was trying to convince myself it was just old hinges and nothing more. A couple nights later, I woke up in the middle of the night. No real reason, no sound or jolt, just this wave of discomfort that crept in the second my eyes opened. The room was dim, kind of dark, where you can barely make out shapes. But the first thing I noticed was the small door was open again, only this time it wasn't cracked. It was wide open, and inside of it, whatever was behind that door was pitch black. Not shadowy, not dark like the rest of the room, just black, like it swallowed all the light. That's when I realized I was frozen. I'd never experienced sleep paralysis before. I'd only read about it, heard people talk about it. But this was something else. I couldn't speak. I couldn't shift my weight. I was locked in place. My heart was pounding, and my eyes were fixed on the opening above the closet. I couldn't see anything inside, but I could feel it. The darkness wasn't just visual. It was a feeling, like it was reaching out, stretching toward me in a way that I can't explain. Not fast, not slow, just steady. Like something was aware of me, like something wanted to be seen, but was waiting for me to truly look. I don't remember falling asleep after that. I must have. I woke up in the morning with the door tightly shut again, just like it had never happened. I didn't say anything at first. I didn't want to sound crazy, and honestly, I wasn't even sure I believed it myself. But later that day, I brought it up to my friend. Kept it casual, just asked if he remembered that weird little door in his mom's old room. He paused and then kind of laughed. Did it open on its own? I nodded. His smile dropped a bit. My mom said the same thing happened to her growing up. She always said that there was something off about that room, something in the walls. Now you know why I gave it to you. When we got back home at the end of the trip, I saw his parents again. His mom sort of teased me in a way that adults do when they already know the answer to a question. So, she said, handing me my suitcase, I heard you met the ghost. She was smiling, but her eyes were serious. She glanced at her son, then back at me. That little door used to open for me too, you know. She said this almost like it was nothing. It was always in the middle of the night, and it was always darker than the rest of the room. It really gave me the creeps growing up. She didn't offer anything else, just gave me a knowing look, like she wasn't surprised at all. I didn't ask any follow-up questions. I think part of me didn't want to know more. My son and I live on a ground floor apartment. The unit isn't ideal. I would have preferred one on a higher level, but those are 2 or 3 bedroom apartments, bigger, more expensive ones, way out of my price range. It was a miracle I barely got us into this one with my income. Rent in Denver is astronomical, and I don't make enough to be able to save much after bills. To compensate for my day job's pay, I had to get a night one. Usually this gets me home by 4. I've learned to function off of a few hours of sleep and converted my religious views from agnostic to coffee. I love it almost as much as I love my son. Hell, coffee allows me the ability to be a good mom. It's kept my mind sharp and engaged. Who's tired? Not me. But in all seriousness, I've been on this schedule for 6 months, and it's all started to creep up on me. I thought I was slowly starting to lose my mind. The tiny little hallucinations I'd experienced, they were all part of sleep deprivation. I got used to the shadow people standing in my peripherals, hearing disembodied voices. At the beginning, I'd have to verbally remind myself they're not real, I'm just tired. But eventually I could ignore them like I did the other interlopers I'd walk past on the sidewalk. A few nights ago, I got home from work and saw someone looking in my son's bedroom window. That's what I thought. It faces out the back of our apartment, and there's a tall bush that almost touches the glass. The path I take from the parking lot leads me around the side of the apartment, and I saw them standing in between the bush and the wall. But when I did a double take, the figure standing there was gone. I deduced it to being another shadow man that I'd got close to catching a peek at. In my foggy brain, it was humorous, but after getting whatever small amount of sleep I got, I remembered the slow shadow man, and it didn't strike me as funny anymore. While my son ate breakfast, I decided to go outside and take a look around. I'm glad I did. I found a pair of big footprints under my son's window. I'd say they were work boots based on the shape and size and tread. When I went back inside, I went into his room and pulled up the blinds to see that the wood frame of his window looked like its alignment was off. Like one side was pushed up a smidge more than the other. The window opened straight up and down like a ghillie. It's heavy, too. My son knows not to touch the window. So I went back outside, this time with a kitchen chair. I'm pretty short, and I needed to get a better view of the outside window pane. The bush outside had done its fair share of scratching, nicks on the glass and the paint closest to its reach. As I was about to step off the chair back down to the dirt, I used the wood pane to balance my movement, and it was by sheer coincidence that my finger brushed across an exceptionally prominent scrape in the wood. It was deep, and the wood was splintered. I climbed back onto the chair and looked at where my hand had just been. I don't know how I missed it with my first scan, but when I looked again, there were clear indications that someone had tried to jimmy the window open with something sharp. Had these been there before we moved in, or did it just happen the night before? I don't believe the person I saw when I came home was a figment of my imagination. I think I caught someone in the act of trying to break into my 8-year-old son's bedroom in the middle of the night. I didn't want to scare him or let him know anything was wrong, but I needed to know if he'd seen or heard anything out of the ordinary. So I asked him, was it loud when the shrub outside his window sways around in the wind against the window? And this I can't explain past a mother's bond with her son, but I swear we had some sort of telepathic thing going on, because when he moved his eyes that were fixed on his breakfast up to me, his whole expression acted as if I'd stumbled upon a little secret of his, and he just looked at me with his eyebrows all raised but didn't say anything. So I asked, what's wrong? And he just started crying. He told me about how he thought the plant was talking to him, but it sounded like Elmo. Its branches would scrape up against the glass and ask him to come out and play, but he'd always say that he couldn't, that he had to go back to bed. How many times had this happened, I asked. He put up his pointer finger, adding that the bush wouldn't talk to him in the daytime. Then he says he figured out that it was a man, and he just started renting the bushes to live in. All of this seemed like it checked out well and good for my son, but the man continued to tap on the window. Now not behind a disguise, but as a new neighbor who didn't have any friends. My son still refused, so the guy started asking if he could come into the apartment to hang out. He tells the man, "I'll have to ask my mom," but that made the guy so angry that he put a knife up to the window, showing it to my son. When my son tells me what he said, the cute adolescent mispronouncing of words he's never heard puts me in a cold sweat, because it's like, in my head, I'm going, I know what you're trying to say, but I can't believe that's actually what you're saying. He used cuss words and said that if I tell anyone he's there, he'll boochar my mom when she leaves for work. Mom, what does boochar mean? I enunciated the difficult tch sound and asked, "Do you mean butcher?" He nods his head yes. He couldn't remember how long the man had been visiting his window. He'd been trying to pretend like he was asleep, staying very still when the guy would arrive, but he can hear him messing with the window every night until he wakes up again. I was distraught and heartbroken that I'd put my son in such a scary situation. It would have only been a matter of time until that guy found a way inside. Even more scary is that he knows my schedule. He knew my son was alone in the apartment. He'd been watching me leave for work every night. I called in sick, kept him home from school that day. I was embarrassed and I didn't want him telling the teachers the story. I got in contact with a police officer who came over and inspected the window and the bush. They found remnants of someone being there, a meth pipe, a knife. The discovery made me sick to my stomach. They said that they'd be sending patrol cars out to check on the apartment throughout the week, but I wasn't going to risk leaving my son there anymore. I considered borrowing a gun, waiting for the man to show up again. But I knew that would only incite more trauma for my son, especially if I had to pull the trigger. So for the last week, our new schedule has consisted of him going to work with me, sleeping in the back seat of the car until my shift is over. Every night I park in full view of our security cameras, and I'm always walking outside to check. He knows if there's ever an emergency, he can run in at any time. Thankfully, though, he's been able to sleep throughout the night. This alternative routine, it puts a ton more work on me, trying to get us both up and ready. But it's worth it if it's going to keep my son safe. Right now, I'm just trying to take it day by day. I don't really have a plan past this one. I know sleeping in the car isn't the best for him, but it's our only option, at least until I can think of something better. Any suggestions would be appreciated. This was a long time ago, about 25 years ago. I had tree trimmers out at my house for the last 2 days. I lived alone at the time. I did have the presence of mind to set out some men's shoes on the porch, but after being there for 2 days, for someone who was paying attention, it was pretty obvious I was a single woman. The night the crew finished up, I was upstairs in bed. It was late, around 1 a.m. My car was in the driveway. My bedroom light was on, so it was obvious someone was home. I was in bed reading when I heard a noise downstairs. It was a familiar noise, but I couldn't quite place it. I laid there listening and heard it again, followed by the sound of things falling onto the floor. It hit me then what the noise was. One of my window screens being pushed open, followed by books that I had lined up along the windowsill, falling. I was totally frozen in fear for a minute, just laying there, all of my senses on high alert. Then I heard another thumping noise, what I assume was the sound of feet landing on the wooden floor. There was someone in my fucking house. That's when I grabbed the bat that I had next to the bed, and I grabbed the phone. This was before cell phones, back in the times of landlines and cordless phones, and that's when I realized I'd left the cordless downstairs. I locked my bedroom door and started screaming that I knew they were in there, that I had a gun, and I was on the phone with the police. I proceeded to pretend like I was on the phone with 911. I opened my bedroom window and removed the screen, getting it ready in case I had to jump out my window. I don't know if it was me opening the window, maybe my screaming, but something set off my neighbor's dog. They started barking and moving around, which turned on the motion sensor lights in my neighbor's backyard. I went to stand at my door with my ear pressed against it listening, still continuing my fake 911 conversation. It was an old house with wood, creaky stairs, so if they started up the stairs, I'd hear them. It was dead silent. And then I heard scuffing noises, the sound of the window downstairs rattling, followed by the sound of someone running beneath my bedroom window. Something scared him off, and he jumped back out the same window he came in. I went to my window and looked out, but I couldn't see anything. Whether it was me yelling that I was armed, pretending like the police were on their way, or the dogs, I'll never know. I had to get the cordless phone to call the police. I knew where it was, sitting on the kitchen table. I stood there listening for a long, long time, fucking terrified. I really thought that I might have a heart attack. I was shaking. My heart was beating fast. I had so much adrenaline running through my body. Finally, I unlocked my door, had my bat at the ready, and crept down the stairs, into the kitchen, grabbed the phone, and then I took off, running up the stairs. I locked the door and called 911, waiting until they arrived. I walked with them while they inspected the house. The window in the study was standing open, the screen removed. Books I'd had lined up along the window were scattered on the ground. It was damp out, and there were bits of dirt and leaves on the floor from someone's shoes. Outside the window was a step stool taken from my garage. I'll never forget seeing the bits of leaves and mud on the floor. It was proof that someone had actually been in my house. He'd been standing in my study. He knew I was home when he made entry. One of the first things the cops asked was if I'd had any work done on the house recently. Tree trimmers. I'm sure it was one of them. They'd been around for 2 days, long enough to get the general idea of the house layout and to ascertain I was a single female. I was so scared after that to stay in my house. I felt so incredibly lucky he got scared off, but what if he came back? I felt violated, and I was angry. I spent the next few months either staying with my mom or having someone stay at the house with me. The only reason that window was unlocked was because the lock was broken. I had that fixed, and for extra insurance, I put nails in it so that they would block the window from being opened. I would have installed a security system, but I simply couldn't afford it at the time. The company was contacted, but there was no proof that it was anyone from their crew, so there wasn't a whole lot that anyone could do. Anyway, that was terrifying to me. To be a young woman alone in her house at night and hearing someone climb through a window, it makes you feel incredibly vulnerable. I'm very, very lucky. If I hadn't been awake, I wouldn't have heard him, and things may have ended very differently. I'm finally ready to talk about the reason I went back to school last year. Before that, I was working on fishing boats. I don't have a wife or kids, so my time is my own. People always thought that it was weird that I enjoyed spending long stretches at sea, but I always thought that it was weird that they didn't. I figured it was one of those to each their own kind of things, but maybe they knew something I didn't, or just had better instincts. Most of the companies work similar to oil rigs. You go out with your crew for a few weeks, and then you come home to be off for a few weeks. I enjoyed my time off the same way that I did my time on, at sea. For every big industry boat, there are just as many day fishers. And it wasn't uncommon for me to help one out if they fell short-handed. Well, one morning during the summer of 22, I headed down to the docks in hopes of setting out with one of my day crews. My usual guys didn't have any openings, but I did notice a few summer boys arguing over where to find the gas tank, so I decided to introduce myself. Rich kids on college break were my favorite employers. There's no real work to do, so it's basically a babysitting gig. These guys wanted to take out Daddy's boat to get some good pictures for Instagram, but then they got to the docks and didn't know what to do next. There were 3 of them, but I probably shouldn't use their real names, so the owner's son can be Chad, and his buddies can be Sam and Dan. After gassing up, I made my sales pitch and they invited me right along. The only thing they cared about was catching one of those swordfish things, and being back before dark. The home before dark part was a piece of cake, but I'll circle back to the marlin stipulation in a minute. I would have gone for free, but I didn't argue when they gave me $500. It was just before 8 a.m. when we left the dock for a small island that local kids sometimes use for parties. But people never go beyond that point because the other side is surrounded by jagged rocks. One's hidden just beneath the surface. They'll put a hole in your hull before you realize what's happening, and they extend much further than you'd expect from such a small island. But the safe side is big. Like I said, kids party there all the time. I don't want it to sound like I recklessly took them to some dangerous location. We didn't even go to the actual island, only close enough to point it out. We anchored and began fishing around noon. Normally, I would have spent a good half hour explaining a few key differences between regular fishing and deep-sea fishing, but they had done zero research before the trip. With the bait that they had brought along, I didn't have to worry about them hooking a marlin or letting it get away with their pulls. People like that never think about the fact that the fish will unhook itself. The first hour or so went exactly as I expected. Chad and Sam made some nice catches, but didn't want to touch the fish, so I kept taking them off the lines and rebaiting their hooks after the photo op. Dan, however, he learned to bait his own pretty fast because he kept getting robbed. It seemed like we had a good system worked out. After a few beers, I felt comfortable trying some of my own bait to see if I could catch the boys something worthy of posing with, but that turned out to be a nearly fatal mistake. While I was showing off to Chad and Sam, I realized Dan grabbed some of my bait, but even if I had, it really shouldn't have been that big of a deal. That just had to be the one time he set his hook properly. It was instantly clear that something was wrong when the entire boat lurched back hard enough to knock us on our asses. I shouted for Dan to let go, but he couldn't hear me over the loudest splash that I've heard in my life. I don't say that lightly. I've watched my captain fight a great white, and they make a hell of a fuss, but this sounded like a goddamn whale. I didn't need to see it to know that we were in danger. As I rose to my feet, there was a second giant splash, and a hard impact to our starboard side, knocking us all back on our asses. I scrambled to Dan, half crawling, half running, screaming to let go all the while. But as I got closer, I saw that he had. It was stuck on the rails, and he had been trying to turn it so that it would slide through. That's why I usually cover these things before the fishing begins. Once the panic starts, it's hard to utilize common sense. I began screaming, cut it, instead. But the words fell dead on my lips when the coil of a giant, pale green serpent's body rose above the water and dropped onto the railing where the rod was stuck. smashing everything it impacted into splinters. The boat rocked to an almost 90-degree angle before slamming back into the water. Just before Dan could fall through the broken rails, I rushed to my feet to look over the side, just in time to see the last 6 feet of this tail disappear beneath the waves. I've spent my entire life on the ocean, but I've never seen anything like what we saw that day. It was like a giant anaconda left over from the Jurassic period. I've heard countless old sailors talk about creatures like it, but monster legends and sailing go hand in hand. Knowing what I do know now, it makes me wonder what other stories are true. And how many of the boating accidents by that island were actually from jagged rocks. Obviously, we returned to the docks immediately after that, but I haven't been able to go back out on the water since. My favorite things to do have always been swimming and exploring, so it's no wonder that I became obsessed with scuba diving and caving. I was 12 when my dad started taking me to do these things, but I didn't go into my first underwater cave until I was 18. After that, I went to as many as I could as often as I could go. I had no problem exploring the same one over and over. There are some close to where I grew up, and I know them as well as my own home. I'm 36 now, and in all those years, I've never had any close calls or seen anything unusual until my trip to Hawaii. You can see many of their underwater caves on Google, but you won't find the one that I'm talking about. And I'd rather not say exactly where it is, so don't ask. I don't want to be responsible for someone else going down there when I barely made it out. A few days into my trip, I met some locals who told me about a spot that I wouldn't find on the maps. They were planning to go that weekend, were kind enough to invite me to go along. Unfortunately, I was too excited to wait. They warned me not to go alone, but I knew I could find it based on their description. I only intended to explore the entrance. I was never planning to take any risks. I even left most of my equipment behind so I wouldn't be tempted. But this cave was unlike anything I've ever seen. It's not uncommon to find air pockets in these types of places. But that's usually what they are, pockets, smaller spaces where the water doesn't reach the cave's roof. If you're lucky, there will be a ledge or somewhere to rest without having to use your oxygen supply. But, barring a few exceptions, that's about it. This cave was the mother of all exceptions. I swam to the other end and found that what I thought would be a good resting ledge, but it wasn't. Once I got out of the water, I saw the ledge actually went further than my flashlight could reach. I kept walking, thinking each step would suddenly reveal the end, but it never came. I don't know how long it actually took, but I walked much further than intended. When I finally reached the other side, there was no wall, just more water. I immediately wanted to jump in and keep exploring, but I suddenly got a horrible feeling in the pit of my stomach. The feeling that something terrible was about to happen. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. The coldest chills of my life spread through my body. I've had friends get creeped out like that sometimes. It just never happened to me. But whatever this was, I could feel it in my bones. I carefully surveyed my surroundings while trying to calm down. That's when I noticed another ledge across the water. After a short debate with my better judgment, I decided it was safe enough to swim across and continue exploring the other side. That's when I heard footsteps. My stomach traded places with my heart. It sounded like something very large was dragging its feet and getting closer. But when I shined my light in that direction, the sound stopped. That's when the real fear hit me. If something else was down there, trying to sneak up on me, they only had bad intentions. Knowing I had to leave quickly, I kept my light trained on the opposite ledge. in hopes of gaining a little extra distance as I backed away, and a huge pair of red eyes appeared. They were only visible for a brief second before fading back into the darkness, but they definitely weren't human. Even if they hadn't been red and glowing, no one has eyes that big or that far apart. Whatever they belonged to was massive, and I didn't want to meet it. Eventually, my light fell short of the opposite ledge, and a loud splash came immediately after. That thing had jumped into the water to continue its pursuit, and I panicked. I turned and began running as a deafening roar erupted behind me. It made no other sound as it swam across, but it arrived at the other side faster than any human could have. Next, I heard its claws tearing into the rock wall as it climbed onto the ledge, and I fully believed I was going to die there. As the sound of its pursuing footsteps grew closer with each second, I was tempted to turn and face the beast before it killed me. If I was going to die, I deserved to know what my killer looked like, but I was too afraid. Another low growl echoed the cave. Tears filled my vision. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw the end just ahead, and somehow I'd made it. I barely had enough self-control to enter the water properly, but I'd been through too much to let stupid mistakes kill me now. I swam like a madman, fully expecting a large splash to follow right behind me, but it never came. After a short distance, I stopped with the realization that I would spend the rest of my life wondering if what I experienced was real or some kind of break from reality. So I resurfaced once more, without the flashlight. Everything was pitch black, the kind of dark where you can't see your hand in front of your face. All except for two glowing red orbs in the distance. I couldn't make out anything else, not even the shape of the owner's head. They were completely still, until they suddenly rose several feet higher, like how a snake will stand straight up. It's hard to guess the height even at that angle, but at the very least, it was much taller than a human. Needless to say, it was a while before I went into another cave, and it certainly wasn't that one. The ocean used to be my favorite place until last summer when I almost drowned. Growing up, my parents would take my brother and I to a small reef where we would swim and snorkel all day. Now that I'm an adult, I occasionally take friends out to do the same thing, only with the addition of alcohol. The boat ride is only 40 minutes from shore, and we've never seen a shark out there. We rarely even saw other people. On this particular day, it was just me and my girlfriend, and this was already pretty routine for us. As usual, we were snorkeling, screwing around, when she noticed a baby sea turtle with a fishing line trailing behind it. This is a sadly common occurrence, and we couldn't just leave it that way. Sometimes they get tangled in a net, or just get so wrapped up that you have to cut through thick layers, so I always keep a good knife on me while in the water. The turtle was making its way to the deeper parts of the reef, so I took a deep breath and hurried after it while my girlfriend waited at the surface. I caught the little guy just as he tried to crawl into a dark crevice near the sea floor. Luckily, the fishing line was easy to remove, and I sent him on his way without needing to go up for air. But I was at my limit. I stepped onto the large rock and pushed off to speed my ascend. As I began to slow, I glanced down just in time to see a massive brown tentacle shoot out of the reef wall and wrap around my leg. It looked like the reef itself had come to life. The tentacle was double the thickness of my thigh, and in a split second, it wrapped my leg from ankle to knee. It took all of my self-restraint not to scream out what precious oxygen I had left. That's when I noticed a huge section of the reef wall moving, and I saw its eyes open. It was like a giant, monster octopus, perfectly camouflaged to match its surroundings. I could have stared at that spot all day and never noticed anything unusual if it hadn't grabbed me. My leg was completely numb. My lungs were on fire. I knew that I would lose any slim chance of survival if I started choking, so I took my knife and I began desperately stabbing at the tentacle. Black ink instantly spread through the water, and I heard a shrill scream that, to this day, I still can't be sure if it belonged to this giant octopus or my girlfriend. It was about that time that she saw the black ink spreading from the surface and came to see what was happening. I didn't see her. I only felt a sharp tug on the back of my shirt as she was pulling me to the surface. We didn't stick around to look for the octopus. We just hurried onto the boat and got away from that place. Only after we gained some distance did I stop to explain what happened and look at my leg. I stabbed myself twice and had to get over 30 stitches afterwards. But aside from that and a touch of PTSD, I was fine. Obviously, we've never gone back and don't intend to, but I just have to know. Has anyone else seen an octopus that size? Was it even an octopus? Could it have been anything else? My grandpa spent his life on fishing boats in the North Sea, and he passed down a lot of stories before his stroke in 2016. Most of them involved giant waves, sinking ships, or piracy, but there was one instance he only spoke of a few times. If you aren't familiar with the North Sea, it's among the most dangerous bodies of water in the world. Grandpa worked on one of the larger boats, but even the biggest get tossed around like toys. Severe storms appear suddenly and unpredictably. The waves were so violent that the men were thrown about the ship without warning. Broken bones and concussions were just routine hazards of the job. Of course, that was nothing compared to falling overboard. That's why any man walking on the deck was tethered to a safety line. The day in question was one of the rare brighter days, but those came with their own dangers. Pirates were far more active on those occasions. Grandpa was one of the men posted to keep watch while the others brought in the nets. These giant nets were lifted with a crane and capable of supporting more than 1,000 pounds, so we're talking durable stuff here. But this time, it only rose a few feet before coming to a grinding halt. Grandpa had a better view from his position, but even he could only see the line disappearing beneath the surface. The crane was under too much strain and quickly switched off, but the awful grinding noise didn't stop. Next, the line suddenly went slack. The net was rising again, but only for a second. It then went tight with great force and seemed to be pulled out to sea. The ship was dragged behind it for a short distance before the line fell slack again. While most of the crew were distracted with bringing in the net, my grandpa and 2 others were still watching the water. They saw a giant ripple appear. It was more than 3 times the length of the boat as something began rising to the surface. Grandpa thought that he was about to see some kind of military submarine, but instead, it was a fishtail, half the size of a blue whale. Not that you typically see blue whales in the North Sea, but it's supposed to be the largest creature in the world. Yet here was something that had an equally as large of a tail, possibly bigger. Only the finned part emerged, and it quickly disappeared again with a hard slap that sent a dangerous wave crashing into the side of the ship. You never want a wave to hit you from the side. They're lucky it didn't take them down, but it did knock Grandpa from his post. If not for the safety line, I would have probably never been born. When order was finally restored, the empty net was pulled back onto the boat. Something had ripped it apart. The ends hadn't been cut or chewed through. They had been pulled apart by brute force. Men who spend their lives at sea tend to be a superstitious bunch, and these guys were no different. By the time they learned what Grandpa and the other two witnessed, they were all ready to sail back to port, even though they had 3 weeks left on the hitch. I guess a lot of people would find a new profession, but there weren't a lot of job opportunities in my family's area, so my grandfather spent another 30 years at sea before finally retiring. It was a common lifestyle where they were from. My dad moved to the U.S. for college, where he met my mother, and we've been in Illinois ever since. I don't put much stock into ghosts or monsters, but we don't know what the hell might be out there in the oceans. I don't play when it comes to that stuff. I used to work for a small outfitter company in Montana, leading backpacking trips deep into the wilderness. It wasn't a bad gig, long days, good pay, and I got to spend weeks at a time out in nature. But there's one trip I still can't explain, no matter how many times I go over it in my head. It was a 6-day trek, just me and a father with his 2 teenage sons. They were city folks, not used to the wilderness, but they caught on quickly. By the 4th night, we were miles from anywhere, camped near a glacial lake, with nothing but trees, mountains, and silence around us. The fire was dying down when I told them to hit the sack. We would have a long hike ahead of us. I stayed up a bit longer, making sure our food was properly hung before heading to my own tent. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up to footsteps outside my tent. Not the quick, nervous movements of an animal. Someone was walking around our camp. I reached for my knife and listened. The footsteps circled our camp, slow and steady. I unzipped my tent as quietly as I possibly could and peeked out. The fire was just embers now, casting a weak glow over the trees. I didn't see anyone, but the footsteps were there, moving. I whispered the father's name. No answer. The footsteps stopped. For a long moment, nothing. Just the sound of the wind through the trees. Then, from the darkness, something whistled. 3 notes. High, low, high. It echoed through the trees. I remember gripping my knife so tight, my hand actually hurt. After a minute, the footsteps started again. This time, moving away from our camp. The whistle came once more, farther now, before everything went silent. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At first light, I checked the perimeter, looking for tracks. The ground was soft, plenty of footprints, but only ours. A few miles into our hike that morning, the youngest kid asked if I'd heard it. The whistling, he said. I just nodded. His dad asked what he was talking about, and the kid said, "It was weird. It sounded just like Uncle Mike." I stopped walking. "Uncle Mike?" "Yeah," he said. "The whistle. That's the one that he used to call us inside for dinner." I didn't know what to say, and his dad went pale. "Mike's been dead for 5 years," he muttered. We hiked a little faster after that. I grew up in Oregon, and if you've ever spent time in the thick of its forests, you know how easy it is to lose yourself in them. It's not just the trees, though they're dense enough to swallow the sun. It's the way the land itself seems to shift, how familiar trails suddenly feel foreign, how silence settles in like a living thing. I was 16 the summer that it happened. My best friend Jay and I had hiked out to a secluded lake, deep in the woods near the Three Sisters Wilderness. It wasn't an official campsite, just a spot that we'd heard about from Jay's older brother, a hidden gem, he called it. We figured we'd spend the night out there, away from everything. No cell service, no noise, Just the lake, the trees, and the two of us. I recall it being basically a perfect day, warm but not too hot, the kind of Oregon summer afternoon where the air smells like pine and earth, but you're not really breaking a sweat, where the water is so still it looks like glass. And that's where we decided to set up camp, swam in the lake, built a small fire as the sun went down. And then that's when things got strange. It started with the sounds, a low hum like distant machinery vibrating through the trees. Jay noticed it first. "You hear that?" he asked. His voice was hushed. I did hear it, but it wasn't just a sound. It was a feeling, a pressure in the air that made my skin prickle. We tried to laugh it off and chalk it up to some weird natural phenomena. And then the woods went silent. Everything stopped. Just an unnatural, suffocating stillness. And then the lights appeared. Not in the sky like a plane or a star, but in the trees. Small, flickering orbs, pale, bluish white, weaving between the trunks like fireflies, but moving with intent, intelligence. Jay grabbed my arm. "Dude, we gotta go." I was about to agree when I noticed something even worse. The fire. We'd built it up just moments ago, fed it dry wood, watched it crackle and spit embers into the night. But now, it was nothing but a pile of cold ash, like it had burned out hours ago. That's when the fear hit. We grabbed our packs, doused the remnants of the fire, though there was nothing left to put out, and we took off. The trail back should have been easy to follow. We'd marked trees, left a few clues to guide our way, but none of it was there. The path twisted in ways that it hadn't before. Trees we didn't recognize pressing in on all sides. The humming sound returned, louder now, buzzing behind our ears. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it was morning. We were standing on the side of the dirt road, less than a mile from where we'd parked. The sun was up, the birds were singing, and Jay was shaking, staring at his phone. It was Sunday. We'd left for the lake on Friday. An entire day and a half gone. We never really talked about it after that, not really. What was there to say? People disappear in the woods all the time. Some come back, some don't. I guess we were lucky. At least I think we were. But there's still something so unsettling about losing time. Time you'll never get back, and time that you can't really explain. I grew up in a small town in northern Minnesota, the kind of place where the woods start right at the edge of your backyard and stretch on forever. My family wasn't big on technology, so my childhood was mostly spent outside, building forts, climbing trees, and running wild until the sun went down. I was about 10 when my dad decided I was old enough for my first solo camping trip. Not far, just past the creek behind our house, maybe a mile or two in. I'd camped plenty of times before with him and my older brothers, but this was a test, a way to prove I could handle myself. He helped me pack a small tent, a sleeping bag, and just enough food for a night. I wasn't scared. If anything, I was excited. I remember hiking in with no trouble, picking a spot in a small clearing surrounded by tall pines. The trees were thick enough to block most of the sky, but there was still enough moonlight filtering through that I could see without a flashlight. I set up camp, ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and crawled into my sleeping bag feeling pretty proud of myself. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. Not to a sound exactly, more like the absence of sound. The woods are never quiet, not even at night. There's always crickets, owls, rustling of leaves and the wind, but when I opened my eyes, it was dead silent. But then I heard something. I heard someone breathing. It creeped me out because it didn't sound particularly close, but it wasn't far away either. Why could I hear it? Somewhere in the trees, just beyond my line of sight, was something making slow, deliberate inhales and exhales, like whatever it was wanted to be heard. My first thought was a bear. My dad had told me what to do in that situation. Stay still, don't make sudden movements, let it pass. But then, between those heavy breaths, I heard something else. A voice. It was quiet, almost a whisper, but clear enough that I could make out the words. I see you. Every hair on my body stood up. I don't know how long I lay there, barely breathing, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. I told myself it's gotta be the wind, maybe even a dream, so I pinched myself. But then, just as I started to believe it could be a dream, the voice came again, closer. Come out now. I shot up, heart pounding so hard I thought that I might shake the tent. I wanted to run, but every part of me screamed, don't move. The zipper on my tent was just inches away, but I couldn't bring myself to reach for it. Then the breathing stopped, and the forest came back to life. Crickets, wind, the distant hoot of an owl, like someone had just flipped a switch. I sat there, frozen, until the first hint of dawn crept through the trees. Only then did I finally gather the courage to unzip the tent and step outside. Nothing was there. No footprints, no broken branches, just the woods, looking the same as they always had. I packed up my things and hiked back home without stopping once. My dad asked how it went. I told him it was fine. I asked him if he'd paid me a visit. He looked at me, confused. I never mentioned the voice. I still don't know what I heard that night. I have spent plenty of time in the woods since then, but I've never camped alone again. Sometimes even now, when I wake up in the middle of the night, if it's silent, it's eerie to me. I need noise. I just think about the slow, deliberate breathing just outside my tent. A few years ago, I took a solo camping trip to Joshua Tree. I wanted to clear my head and spend a night under the stars, maybe take some long exposure shots of the Milky Way. I'd been to the park a few times before, but never alone. I didn't feel like it was the kind of place that you should be by yourself. Something about the land felt too old, too aware. But there I was. I set up my camp in a secluded area, away from the main roads, just me, my tent, and the expanse of boulders stretching in every direction. It was beautiful in the way that only a desert can be, silent, endless, untouched. That first night I was sitting by the fire when I heard something. A sound carried in the wind, low and distant, almost like a voice. It wasn't words exactly, more like a hum or a chant rolling through the rocks. I turned off my lantern, listening. The fire crackled, but beyond that, nothing. Just the desert breathing. I chalked it up to the wind playing tricks and went to bed. At some point in the night, I was uncomfortable. I woke up. No noise, no reason, but I had that feeling like someone was standing outside my tent. I stayed still, listening. Then, crunch. Footsteps. I reached for my flashlight and unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. The moon was bright, casting deep shadows against the boulders. But there was nothing. The feeling, though, it remained. Not just watched. I was being studied. I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, I decided to do a short hike before heading out. There was a rock formation a little ways from camp. It looked like a good spot to climb. maybe get some photos. As I walked, I kept catching movement in my peripheral vision, light flashes of something darting between the rocks. Every time I turned my head, there was nothing. And then I found the carvings. They were deep into the stone, spirals and symbols worn down by time, but unmistakable. They weren't the type of symbols that you'd see on marked trails. These felt wrong, too sharp, too fresh. A gust of wind rushed past me, carrying the same hum from the night before. Only now it was closer to me. I turned, and just for a second, I saw something standing between the rocks. Tall, thin, its body blending into the stone, like it was part of it. Its head tilted slightly, as if curious, watching me. I blinked, and it was gone. I didn't stick around to investigate. I walked and then ran back to camp, packed up, and left. I don't know what I saw. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe the desert heat was messing with me, but as I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror, and for the briefest moment, I swear I could see something standing there again. Either way, that feeling, I didn't like it. I haven't had that same feeling at that park before, so I'm glad I got out of there. When I was about 8 years old, my little brother and I got lost in the woods outside my family's property in Oregon. We didn't know we were lost, but everyone else seemed to. So, from the top. My grandparents used to own a cabin somewhere in or around Bend, Oregon. They sold it shortly after this event, so I still have no idea if it was because of this or simply a financial decision they had to make. Either way, I remember the home quite fondly. It had an immaculate garden, thanks to Grandma, lots of area to run around and be free. There were some woods lining the property, stretching on for who knows how long. We weren't to go that far. My grandparents had a lassie-like dog named Tapper, who would play with my brother and I for hours, but he also acted much like a babysitter. I guess Lassie's character wasn't too far off, because Tapper was known to alert the adults when the children had wandered a bit too far. But he also had saved my grandpa, who'd gotten himself stuck in a mole hole. He'd snapped his ankle and wouldn't have been able to make it out if Tapper hadn't run home to alert Grandma. Anyway, good dog. Well, too often my little brother and I would wander just past the property and into the woods. We never did get that far with Tapper around, but on this particular day, Tapper was the one at the tree line. We thought, oh wow, Tapper boy wants an adventure too. Let's follow him. So we did. As we approached the trees, I remember Tapper disappearing into the woods, and we had to run in just to catch up with him. Once inside, though, we couldn't find Tapper. We called for him with no response. That was incredibly unusual, but like most 8-year-olds, I didn't think too much of it. We just kept on walking to find Tapper. We walked for what couldn't have been more than 30 seconds, when suddenly I got the feeling like I was in a lot of trouble. I couldn't figure out why I felt like this. I looked at my little brother, and he was just wandering off. I ran after him, grabbed his hand, told him, I think we gotta go back now. He looked at me and said, "Nuh-uh, Mama's here. She's calling for us." Then he let go of my hand and kept running off in the opposite direction. I followed after him, not because I could hear what he heard, but because I didn't want to lose my brother. Catching up with him, I grabbed him a little more firmly and said, "We gotta go. Mama's not here." But just as I grabbed him and I looked forward, I saw Tapper. Then I heard a bark. But it didn't come from the Tapper that we were looking at. It came from the Tapper behind us, at the edge of the woods, right where we had entered. Still, my brother insisted Mama was in the woods, that she was looking for us, and even still, I heard nothing outside of Tapper's barking. The other Tapper sat patiently in front of us, nodding his head in a most unusual way. I knew this wasn't Tapper, but I had no idea what it was. I calmly told my brother that we needed to get out of here and we needed to get away from this dog. "What dog?" he asked me almost in a giggle way. When I pointed at the dog, it started to snarl. It was quick and loud, so I recoiled, but my brother did not. He just stood there, looking at me, confused as to why I was shaken, and still asking me, "What dog?" He clearly didn't see what I saw, and I couldn't hear what he heard, but we needed to move. I was bigger than him, so I just scooped him up, giving him no chance to go in the other direction. I ran us towards the real Tapper, leaving the wannabe behind us. I didn't look back. When we got within a footstep of Tapper, I realized we weren't exiting the same area that we'd entered, but I was relieved to be exiting. Once we did, we heard an uproar of voices coming from our right. It was our entire family. Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa. They were a mix of emotions. After reprimanding us for going into the woods, they asked why we didn't respond to them calling for us. I told them I didn't hear any of that. My brother says he heard Mama calling for him. So then it just looked like I wasn't paying attention or answering, but I swore. And I swear to this day, I absolutely did not hear that. Even with all of that considered, how did we end up on the entire other side of the woods? We didn't walk nearly long enough to cover such distance, but that's where it gets weirder. Everyone is talking about how long we were gone for. Over an hour. There's just no way that could be true. There's no way we were gone for longer than 10 minutes. I double know this because when I was a child, time always crawled. I was constantly being told to be patient or go entertain myself to pass time. I just knew that we weren't gone for that long. Anyway, I never told anyone about the dog because it didn't seem like they believed much I had to say for myself anyway. Even now, I remember how isolating that felt, to not be believed. I wasn't a child known for fibbing, but I guess as I've grown, I get it. The events that unfolded were impossible. I saw and felt something completely different than my brother, but neither of us thought that we were gone longer than a couple minutes. I can't explain it, so how could they? I don't know. I do know there's something so unsettling about those woods. I was 19 when I finally escaped my parents' constraints, spread my wings, and left the nest. I was terrified. My parents weren't monsters, and they would have let me stay there forever if I wanted. But that's the reason I had to go, you know? I easily could have stayed living in the little mother-in-law apartment downstairs, but I felt my spirit start to wither. Born and raised in the same small coastal town, there's almost a nostalgic feeling to think that you could live like this forever. The population rarely changes through generations. Teachers could recall the antics they witnessed from the parents of my classmates when they taught them years ago. Summer jobs become careers, and you become a manager of a group of kids trying to earn money for school clothes. Simple routines lacking urgency or accomplishment. Those adorable anchors my friends called babies, it wasn't for me. So first chance I got, I split like a cheap pair of pants, albeit my chance arrived in the form of my aunt destroying her hips, falling down the wooden staircase in her home. Her name was Colleen. She was my mom's older sister that lived alone in a secluded wooded area in New England. From what I'd known about Colleen, she'd burnt every bridge with every other family member she had, but the sisterly bond that she shared with my mom never dissolved. My parents loved Colleen, and so did I, but they both had jobs and couldn't take time off of work to care for her, so I volunteered. In a tragic turn of circumstances, the week after I arrived, Colleen would pass away in her sleep from a brain aneurysm. Instead of taking on the responsibility of getting the house ready to sell, my mom proposed that they take over the deed to the house. I think my mom was excited at the prospect of having the house all to themselves again, as when I came home the first time after Colleen's passing, half of my bedroom had already been packed up. The following weekend, all three of us drove back up to New England to pick up Colleen's ashes and unpack my belongings into the big empty house. I didn't have much when it came to belongings. Everything I owned could fit in the coat closet by the front door. The house was already furnished with frivolous high-end products my lonely aunt would order from her catalogs. The neighborhood was quiet, safe community with a good school district. This was a fact I remember my dad telling me as we set down the last box from the moving truck. It wasn't a big deal, but I was under the impression that we were all going to go out to dinner when we were done unpacking. But instead, my dad says that stuff about the school district and then goes, "So you're good here, right?" I replied in confident agreeance. I did heavily reflect upon why they were so elated for me to go. Could I have been that annoying? Have they only been nice to me for these 19 years because they were obligated to as my parents? No, they wanted to smoke pot. I never knew they were drug bugs, and apparently they weren't for 19 years, but as soon as I leave, they get hooked on the stuff again. So there I was, alone for the first night in this house. I didn't do much, unpacked a little, found a frozen lasagna buried in the freezer that didn't look horrible. I ate it on the couch while watching some terrible reality show, one that Colleen had probably recorded years ago. The place still smelled like her perfume, a powdery, floral scent. It reminded me of department store makeup counters. It was strange being there without her. Not necessarily bad, just quiet. Maybe it was too quiet. By midnight, I was getting ready for bed, and I realized I hadn't locked the back door. The house had a sprawling backyard that bled into the woods, and though the town was safe, my mom had drilled into me that unlocked doors were an invitation for trouble. So I patted down the kitchen, flipped on the light, and checked the deadbolt. Locked. I frowned. I swore I hadn't touched it earlier, but I must have. I grabbed a glass from the cabinet and filled it with water, leaning against the counter as I stared out the window above the sink. The backyard was pitch black, the porch light barely illuminating the first few feet of grass before the trees swallowed the rest. The woods were so much darker here than back home on the coast. Less sky, no streetlights, just a wall of blackness stretching endlessly beyond the house. I was about to turn away when something moved. A shadow just past the porch. I caught my breath. I squinted, trying to see through the darkness. It had been quick, just a flicker of movement against the trees. An animal? Trick of the light? What light? I thought. Then something moved past the window. I jerked back so fast I nearly dropped my glass. A figure, tall, broad-shouldered, had moved along the side of the house. No flashlight, no sound, just a slow, deliberate stride. My stomach turned to ice. It wasn't my parents. They wouldn't be back until the morning. No neighbors, no expected visitors. Someone was out there. My heart was pounding as I rushed through the house, checking all the doors, flipping off as many lights as I could. I didn't want to see whatever was out there, and I sure as hell didn't want it to see me. But curiosity got the best of me. I crept back toward the kitchen, keeping low, peering out the window at an angle. The yard was still, empty. Maybe I'd imagined it. Then the porch light flickered. For a split second, I saw something at the edge of the yard. Not a person. Something else. It was tall. Wrong. Its arms hanging far too low. Its shoulders unnaturally high. Its legs bending oddly, like they weren't jointed correctly. And though I couldn't see its face, I knew it was looking at me. The second the light cut out completely, I ducked below the counter. My pulse was hammering in my ears. The house felt impossibly big all of a sudden. Too many windows, too many ways for it to see me. I needed to close the blinds. I moved as fast as I could, yanking down the shades in the kitchen, then the living room, the hallway. My hands were shaking so badly, I fumbled the last one, the cord tangling in my fingers as I struggled to pull it down. And then I heard it, a deep, rhythmic clicking. It came from just outside the glass door. I went still. I practically stopped breathing. The sound I heard wasn't human. It was deliberate, patterned, like a language I didn't understand. I forced myself to move, to shut the last blind, sealing myself in darkness. I stayed crouched on the floor for what felt like hours, barely breathing, waiting for some sound, some sign that it was gone. But the night stretched on, silent, except for the occasional creak of the house settling. Just when I thought it would be safe to move, I'd hear that clicking sound. So I stayed put. And apparently I stayed put for hours, because eventually headlights swept across the driveway. My parents were back. I ran outside to meet them, nearly barreling into my dad. I told them everything about the shadow, the clicking, the way it moved. My dad sighed, rubbing his face. He told me it was probably a deer, maybe an owl. My mom said that I had been alone too long, and my nerves were getting the best of me. They really didn't understand. That night, I laid in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself that they were right, that all of it had been my imagination, a trick of the light, an overactive mind. But deep down, I knew it wasn't those things, because as I drifted into uneasy sleep, I swore I heard it again, the same slow, deliberate clicking, somewhere beyond my walls. When it didn't happen for a few days, I decided I was safe, that whatever it was had decided to move on. This was over 4 years ago, and though I've settled into the house quite nicely, I do constantly wonder if and when I'll hear that clicking again. And as much as I don't think I want to know, I still wonder, what was it? My ex-father-in-law was a troop leader for a local Boy Scouts. I was chaperoning a group of boys on a night hike in some woodland locally. I remained at the base in the car park helping prepare tea, cocoa, and snacks. A few of the kids were always around as they went out in intervals with one leader or another, so it was important for an adult to be there to supervise them. I was around 18, 19 at the time. A car pulled into the car park, which had been corded off and reserved for us to use for the day so the kids would be safe. No one got out of the car, so another leader went over to tell them that the park was off limits or to see if it was a parent showing up early for some reason. They came back almost immediately and told me to call the police. I was the only one with a phone at the time. They said the man in the car wouldn't speak, but was wearing a mask. It was actually the mask from the Scream films, and that he had a shotgun, a pile of rope, and tarpaulin in his car. I remember being so scared that I couldn't even remember the name of the park when I was speaking to the police. I was shaking and couldn't get the words out quickly enough. All I could think was that we couldn't see the car, so I had no idea if the man was still in it or out in the woods, where we had 30 kids in the dark with no way of contacting them. Thankfully, the police showed up in minutes, quickly found the man and arrested him. He said that he was out there hunting rabbits. Why would you do so with a shotgun or need a mask and rope? I don't know. We got all the kids back safely and didn't tell them what had happened, but the sight of 7 or 8 police cars and a police dog, it was pretty difficult to ignore. Definitely one of the scariest experiences I've had. When I was 4 years old, my parents built their dream home on 2.5 acres of land off the beaten path. There were other houses nearby, but it was a very spacious area, mixed in with a few farmhouses. I was a very imaginative kid, and I preferred playing alone. Solitude meant that the crazy stories in my head could be as crazy as I wanted, without judgment from the others playing the game. The back acre of our yard was nothing but woods, mostly pine, and sometimes when I was feeling brave, I would play in the woods until dark, never after dark. Some adventures during the day had even ended in an unexpected sprint out of the trees. Strange whispers that sounded like someone was inches from the back of your neck. Once I even heard a scream, but never after dark. I couldn't even look out of the living room window towards the trees after dark. One night, I got caught up in building a fort in the woods. I call it a fort, but it was just boards nailed to trees, creating railings in a rectangular pattern. In my mind, it was my castle. I didn't even notice the sun going down through the trees until I heard my name being called from the direction of the house. I panicked, sweat broke my pores, and I sprinted so hard my chest began to sting. Don't look back. Don't look into the dark. I made it to the back porch and wrenched the door open. The kitchen and living room were empty. My brother was taking a bath while my dad told him stupid jokes. I got down the hall to my parents' room, my mother playing solitaire on her computer. I apologized for being out so late and that she had to call for me. She looked at me blankly, obviously confused. She didn't call for me. I went to bed unsettled that night, but fell asleep quickly after playing outside all day. I don't remember the dreams I had that night, just unease. For the first and only time in my life, I fell out of bed and onto the floor. Confused and waking up, I felt my way around, trying to understand what had happened. And what happened next is the description of the strangest moment of my life. I grabbed a pair of feet. I felt the ankles under my hands and the hair running up the legs. I looked up in a panic, yellow eyes, broken, grinning teeth, a look of pure malice, wrapped in a blanket that I slept with. A pink and brown fleece blanket I'd stolen from my grandmother. I screamed bloody murder and flailed myself across the bedroom, down the hall and into my parents' room. My dad tore into my room to see what had caused my indescribable terror. While I hid in my mother's arms, my dad searched the whole house and found nothing. I moved out of that room into my brother's the next day. When I got older, I rationalized it all away, moved back into my old room. And every now and then, I suffered incredibly violent dreams, but nothing so up close and personal. I can still see that face, but I never did see my grandmother's blanket again. Last year, I was forced to camp in the forest of West Newbury, Massachusetts, as I was homeless, technically. I still am. I should add that I co-own the land I've been camping on, but it's no house. It was hard work making several trips carrying my possessions from the main road to my campsite, which was 300 yards away from the road. I also was forced to go through a swamp to get there. It was moments before sunset when I finally finished with all of the loads I needed to carry, when I happened to look to my left. About 50 yards away, I saw a male face peeking at me from behind the trees, but only for a second. The face had both a puzzled and a curious expression. I was also struck by its notable look of innocence. Anyway, when it realized I had seen it, it immediately ducked behind the tree. The entity appeared to be about 7 feet tall, impossibly slim, and slightly incandescent. At first, I thought it was a man in his early 20s. I was puzzled by the fact that someone was out in the middle of nowhere at that late of an hour. I almost shouted a greeting, but then I decided to wait for the guy to emerge from behind the tree before I did. I waited and waited, but he never did come out from behind the tree. There was no noise of footsteps in the leaves or branches either. Over the next few minutes, it finally dawned on me that the entity I had witnessed was not human. That was a difficult realization, as I had never experienced such a shocking thing before. In retrospect, the creature had not wanted to be seen. Only through sheer happenstance had I spotted it. Likely, the entity was some sort of member of the supernatural world. But your guess is as good as mine. A few weeks after the sighting, I happened to mention the incident to a woman that I know at the soup kitchen I regularly go to. She, Joyce, is a New Age type, highly tuned in with all things spiritual. She asked if the creature was tall, spindly, and bright. I replied that it was. Next, she got on her smartphone and looked up artist renditions of similar spiritual entities. She pointed to one picture and asked if that was the entity I had spotted. I said it looked very similar. She explained that what I had viewed is called a forest light being. She said that she had seen a few herself. I asked if they were harmful. She claimed they were not. She also informed me that if I tried meditating, then my vibrations might enable me to regularly see spiritual entities, especially in the woods. However, I don't know how to meditate, and honestly, I'm too lazy to learn. In addition, I'm perfectly content not seeing any more inexplicable stuff. I mean, I want to sleep peacefully in my tent at night. Indeed, the howls and yapping of the neighborhood coyotes are creepy enough. I've been living in the same forest since late October 2019. In all that time, I've never seen anything unusual since sighting the light being my first evening there. Sometimes, as I sit by my campfire, I catch myself spinning my head around suddenly to see if the same light being is peeking at me again from behind a nearby tree, but it never is. Update: December 14th, 2020 now, and I'm still in that same forest. Last night, by my campfire, I shouted to the trees, "Look, you owe me an explanation. What are you? Who are you? Where did you come from? Why the hell were you peeking at me? I'd like an explanation before I die. I'm right here, okay? Show yourself." Nothing happened. Likely, it never will. "1986. I was 14 years old, visiting my dad in Alberta, Canada. After my parents had separated, my dad decided to live out in a small house in the woods, about an hour and a half away from the nearest town, off the grid. This was his dream, and he allowed me to experience it with him every other weekend. We would go hiking, hunting, kayaking, bird watching, you name it. We'd sometimes camp outside in the woods, and that's where I saw it. It was one of those camping trips I went on with my dad, where not only did I see a Bigfoot, but it was terribly close to me. My dad and I found a spot pretty deep in the brush to set up camp, and when night fell, we decided to sleep in our sleeping bags outside to watch the stars. My dad fell asleep pretty quickly, but it was a bit harder for me. I remember trying extremely hard to fall asleep that night, but to be honest, even though by that time I had been on plenty of camping trips with my dad, I was still pretty freaked out by the forest at night. This fear kept me awake all through the night. I remember that at a certain point, when I was just starting to finally drift into sleep, I heard something come out of the trees, snapping twigs loudly as it walked on towards us. My dad still fast asleep, and now I was basically pissing my pants. I thought some strange person was walking on towards our campsite, but as I squinted my eyes open a bit, I could see that only about 10 feet away from me was an enormous, hairy creature that stood and walked on 2 legs like a human would. Obviously, I wanted to scream out in fear, but I tried my best to pretend I was asleep in hopes that it would just eventually move along. I think the creature, which I now believe to be a Bigfoot, was attracted to the smell of the meat my dad had been cooking. And strangely, it didn't seem the least bit interested in us. It seemed more interested in just slowly walking around and out of our campsite. Presumably, they were looking for some food and must have thought we had some. But I have to tell you that not only was I scared at the sight of the giant hairy man, but I was also sickened by the pungent and overwhelming odor that the beast was emitting. Eventually, the Bigfoot seemed to get bored and disappeared into the darkness. I remember trembling in my sleeping bag, not being able to sleep the rest of the night. I didn't tell my father about it until he woke up the next morning, because I was afraid if I tried to wake him up during the night, the creature might have seen us awake or even heard us, and I wasn't willing to find out how it would react when it did. When I told my dad about it, he just told me it was probably a large bear walking around on his hind legs. But I described to him that the creature was extremely human-like, walked like a person would. He chalked it up to me either hallucinating from fear or that I wasn't aware I was dreaming. To this day, I know exactly what I saw. It was about 9 feet tall, with extremely long, matted brown hair all over its body, including its face, which to me seemed to look very human-like in a primitive sort of way. I'll never forget the horrible stench that made me want to vomit. That was probably the longest and most terrifying night of my life, but afterwards, I came to honor the experience because I would come to realize that the creature was undoubtedly a Bigfoot. And I was one of those few people who got the chance to see it extremely up close. So, to all you skeptics out there, I understand your incredulity, but believe me, I've experienced it firsthand, and there's no doubt that these creatures exist. I'm not sure how abundant they are, but they truly exist. And they're not only scary looking and smelly, but they're fascinating to see. And even though I only remember hearing the Bigfoot grunt and growl a bit, I feel that they're more human-like than ape-like due to the appearance of that face. That was actually the scariest part, seeing not only was there a strange giant creature creeping around my campsite, but it was a very human-like, albeit extremely hairy creature. When I say hairy, I really mean it. I've never seen so much hair on the body of any creature. And that's my story. You can believe it or not, but I'd advise you to believe it because they're out there. It's not a myth. Unfortunately, or maybe I should say fortunately, I never encountered one after that. But the image stays clear in my head to this day. In fact, there have been many nights since then where I have dreams and I'm reliving the experience. My words here can never do justice to what I saw that night as a kid. I can never describe to you just how otherworldly and surreal the situation was. But it was real. I know I wasn't dreaming because I could not get to sleep the whole night. In fact, I was very wide awake, even though I pretended to sleep while every now and then opening my eyes slightly to catch glimpses of the Bigfoot. To this day, I'm greatly affected by the experience because it changed my whole perception of the world. After that, I would never doubt the possibility of anything existing, not even things like vampires, aliens, or the chupacabra. I learned from that night to always keep an open mind when hearing about the seemingly impossible, because I myself encountered a creature long thought and still thought to be purely a myth by most people. So, thanks for reading, and thanks to all the other people who have encountered Bigfoot like I have and have shared their stories. Stay strong, and know that even though most people will never believe what you've been through, there are loads of people out there, like me, that know you're telling the truth. My younger brother and I have lived near the desert our whole lives. We're extremely experienced campers. I'm 20 and I've never believed in anything paranormal until last night. But my brother, he's always been able to see and sense jinns. They're basically demons. We always go to the same place when we want to camp with minimum effort, and the beginning of our day was completely normal. But the closer we got to our destination, the more I noticed my brother's mood shifting. When I asked him what was wrong, he shrugged me off, just said to keep driving. I felt fine when we got there, but my brother was unusually quiet. It was the afternoon, and we planned to leave at midnight. The heat was intense, so we set up under a few trees near some water. In the Middle East, it's said that that's where jinns live, but I didn't believe that. As we set up our tent, it fought us. We would secure one end and another end would pop up. When finished, it looked as if something was pushing on it, which is something neither of us have ever experienced, not even during a sandstorm. When my brother feels a presence, he gets extremely unlucky. After almost dropping a box of coals on his foot, he spilled a Coke on his phone, smashed his elbow, and cut his finger. He was digging in his bag when he found an unsheathed knife, but he said it felt like someone actually pushed his finger into it. This was all in a matter of hours, and it made us feel uneasy. Suddenly, a random couple appeared out of nowhere, saying they were stuck in the sand and needed help. We were driving a Land Cruiser. They said that they had a Nissan Altima, so we didn't expect to encounter many issues, but we were wrong. We dug them out easily, but they somehow got stuck again as we pushed them, even though there was plenty of space available to grip. Later, my brother said that's when he really started to feel an evil presence, but he didn't want to freak me out. We ended up towing the couple out of the sand, but it was much harder than it should have been. Our strap pulled off their bumper, and we almost got stuck ourselves. When we returned to camp, everything became unusually quiet. The only sound was that of our rapidly dying fire. As we sat down to eat, my brother suddenly grabbed my hand, and he said we needed to go as quickly as possible. The fear in his voice and on his face were obvious. He didn't feel safe. So we prayed to ease our minds, but it only angered whatever was there. We quickly finished eating, but I was only humoring my brother until I suddenly had a nagging feeling that we should leave. It hit me like a wave, and I said so. We started packing. That's when we heard something on the opposite side of the small pond. I can only describe it as the sound of death. It lasted for several minutes. I felt like I was having a heart attack. After remaining frozen for a few minutes, we drove closer so we could look around with the headlights. But things got really crazy once the screaming stopped. At first, we heard twigs snapping and footsteps all around us. Then we saw shadows behind the trees. I tried everything to get those shadows to change shape. I walked around the trees, moved the lights, but nothing happened. It looked and felt like people were staring at us. We felt like we weren't alone, and that the entities weren't friendly. We also noticed 3 cats huddled behind our car, away from the trees, but thankfully, they left as we started reversing. They looked terrified, and they were staring at the trees. It felt like whatever was there was getting closer, but luckily, we were able to pack up quickly. All was silent as we did so. I was most terrified while driving back to the main dirt path. I could tell the steering was off, like it was fighting against me. But that stopped the second we were on the highway. The sound of snapping twigs still surrounded us, and it was loud enough to be heard over the car. The path was covered in birds. They just stood there, staring until we got close. Then they walked away. My brother said to keep looking straight ahead. Under no circumstances was I to look through his window. We were in a part of the desert where we had to drive through the whole of inaccessible areas to get onto the highway. There were no other people around. The only thing we saw was an abandoned Toyota Helix positioned behind a small sand dune, hidden by the trees, but it was far enough from our campsite to be ruled out as the source of anything we'd heard. As we were nearing the exit, we saw a deer standing in the middle of the path, staring directly at us. In 16 years where we're from, I've only seen one deer, and that was someone's pet. I was in shock. The deer wouldn't move until we were close enough to smell it. Then, it slowly walked away while looking right at us. We quickly drove past it. My brother gasped before sternly saying to keep my eyes on the road. As we got on the highway, I asked what he kept seeing, and he reluctantly described large figures around us anytime we went around a bend. They were either pointing at us or ahead of us. I'm glad he didn't tell me until later. We still hadn't encountered anyone, but we heard sounds all around us. I was thrilled to finally see the exit, but that quickly faded when we saw another deer standing in the middle of the road. This one slowly walking away, but still looking at us. Only this time, it looked more like a kangaroo mixed with a deer. It had milky eyes, looked rotten, but I didn't care. I just stepped on the gas and was glad it got out of the way in time. At the exit, I was about to turn right when my brother said to turn left instead, towards a small town. He saw another line of figures pointing ahead of us, and didn't think that we would make it home in one piece if we followed their directions. The further we drove, the less we felt like we were being watched. I was distraught. My brother said that that's because we were alone. The jinn wanted to cause us harm. They get you in rural places, so you're forced to stop, and then they can do whatever they want. That's why there were so many animals on our path. He also said that they cause bad luck. He'd felt them from the second we entered the desert. Before this, I always just dismissed his feelings as him being afraid. I can excuse the sounds, shadows, and the feelings of being watched, but I can't excuse the 2 deer or the car randomly fighting against me. It's safe to say we're not camping there anymore, and I'll never again dismiss my brother when it comes to his sense of these things. I'm just so thankful we made it home safely. This incident happened in late summer 2018. It was in the mountains of North Georgia. I'm a surveyor with 20 years experience in Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, and North and South Carolina. So I'm extremely comfortable in the woods, as I spend so much time outdoors, most of the time being very far back in the forest. And a great deal of it is on national forestry land, where you don't see anyone for days at a time. On the day it happened, I was surveying a piece of property on a small Corps of Engineers lake bordering a large tract of national forest land. I was opening a robotic survey total station, transit, which means you don't need a partner to run a survey crew, and instead of having 2 or 3 people on a crew, you generally work alone. The property was fairly large, approximately 500 acres made up of mostly steep mountains and hollows covered in dense mountain laurel. I had just finished up cutting a traverse line along the property line, running to the top of the ridge, roughly 350-400 feet away, with my machete. Traverse lines are typically about 5 feet wide and cut as close to the ground as possible to ensure a line of sight for the instrument. I'd just walked back down the slope to get ready to traverse to the top of the ridge when I noticed someone or something hairy, wearing what I originally thought was a hat, slowly walk across the opening that I'd just made a few minutes earlier, and it stopped to look at me. It had a large hand reaching up to grab a tree limb that it was next to. At the time, I thought someone must have been walking or hiking at the top of the ridge. It's not uncommon to see people from time to time, but then I realized that it was way too hot to be wearing a large, shaggy brown jacket, as it was in the high 90s. And as it stared down the hill at me, I could make out pointed ears on the top of its head and a long snout. Then it slowly walked out of sight. At this point, I took out my headphones and started paying closer attention to the situation. As I took my headphones out, I realized that it was dead silent in the woods, and in Georgia during the summertime, it's always extremely loud with insects. I waited a few minutes, and I walked to the top of the ridge to see what was going on and to grab my equipment, which I seriously considered leaving, and I noticed disturbed vegetation leading in the direction I saw it walking. Thinking harder about what was going on, I realized that the lower limbs on the tree that I saw it walk behind as it went out of sight was right at 6 feet tall, and what I originally thought to be a jacket was fur. And that's when it all set in, and I got scared. I could hear something moving in the short distance, coming from the area that it had walked to. So I decided to start making the 45-50-minute walk back to the truck. I could hear movement up on the ridge, parallel and above me during my walk back, but I didn't think it was moving in reaction to me necessarily, although I wasn't willing to wait around and find out. I made it to the truck, and since then, I've only told 2 people about my experience, and that was pretty much it as far as the encounter goes. I know it wasn't a bear, as I've been around them my whole life, and I see them all the time. I've definitely been deep in the woods on several occasions, and I've experienced all sounds and signs of life just disappear at the drop of a hat. It takes on new significance now. I carry a pistol every day, and on some occasions a short rifle if the job calls for it due to bears, wild dogs, finding illegal pot-growing operations. But I can definitely say that it brought me zero comfort on that day. I was scared to my very core, and I've got a new sense of respect for the woods now. I would advise that if you work in the woods alone, please pay attention to your surroundings. I think a lot about what might have happened if I hadn't looked up when I did, or if I'd been a little bit slower walking back down the hill. I was probably very close to it, with my back turned before walking downhill with my headphones in, listening to Joe Rogan. If it wanted me, I wouldn't be here today. I firmly believe I was within mere yards of it on the ridge, with no idea I was being shadowed by a monster. People go missing all the time in the woods, and they're never seen again. I believe I know what takes some of them, as I've seen it. Whether you believe me or not, it's of no consequence to me. But it took me a long time to feel comfortable telling anyone about my experience. If it helps one person pay attention in the woods, I'm happy to be called crazy over it. Stay safe and please watch your kids in the woods above anyone else. God bless. This happened way back in 2013 when I was in junior college. It was our college organization's annual art camp. For a short description, we're all in the fine arts department, and our organization holds this art camp where there's seminars from our professors and mentors, and all in all, team building activities. It's usually set up in a recreational venue. So, as I said, I was in junior, and it was our year as the officers of the said organization. So, we're the ones who chose the venue, planned the games, itineraries, and such. To give a brief description of the place, it's a rural area around Laguna in the Philippines. It's a huge recreational area with a hanging bridge leading to a campfire, pool area, and obstacle courses. In the middle of the venue, there's a huge open space function hall where the seminars were held. Our cabins were hidden by trees located far behind the hall. The first cabin was for the mentors and professors, while the last two were occupied by higher year students. The middle three were occupied by the rest of the students. On the right side of the function hall, there's an outdoor lounge area with a life-size chessboard. If you walk straight further, there's the obstacle course area. Further from it, the pool and the foresty area where the campfire and hanging bridge are located. This particular story was experienced by my classmates. It was already night, around 8 p.m. Our scheduled seminar was already finished and everyone was done with their dinner. Some of the students were chilling in the patio area of the cabin, some walking around, and others, us, the officers, were busy planning tomorrow's activities. The guys, Gab, Wally, Kev, Alan, and Hero, were chatting and chilling inside their cabin. One of them decided to explore around. Hero suggested that they play at the chessboard area, so they decided to go, all of them, except for one. Gab approached Frank, a freshman, dozing at the top bunk. He asked if he wanted to come with them, but Frank was sleepy and he said no, turning his back to them. Before leaving, Gab asked Frank if it's all right to borrow his slippers because he had none, and Frank signaled okay. So the five guys were heading out of the cabin, fooling around, laughing. They look around and they saw students slowly heading to each of their cabins to rest. They were almost a few yards away from the chessboard when Gabe noticed that someone was walking parallel to them. The guy was heading to the large old coconut tree adjacent to the chessboard area. Gab was confused and stopped walking. Wally, Kev, Alan, and Hero noticed the walking guy as well. It was already dark, and with minimal lights around, it was hard for them to see far. Gab tried to rub his eyes and he recognized the walking guy. It was Frank. They all shouted, "Frank, come here!" Hero realized that Frank stopped walking and turned to them. No expression at all. Alan was confused as well, and he asked if it was really Frank. Gab realized something creepy and faced the guys. "How could it be Frank when I'm wearing his only slippers?" he mumbled nervously. They all looked at the guy that they were calling earlier and noticed it continued walking and then suddenly disappeared behind the old tall coconut tree. The guys collectively gasped, ran, and shouted loudly back to their cabin. When they reached the door, Wally opened it, only to find out that Frank was sleeping deeply with his headphones on. They woke him up, slapped him softly, and asked him if he was okay or if he had walked outside. Frank rubbing his eyes open, saying no, confusedly. The five guys had gotten so scared that they were trying to outrun each other, heading to our cabin to tell us what happened. I was so scared, but not actually surprised, since it felt creepy around the area during nighttime. It just felt really strange and off. I had my experience the night before, but I wasn't sure it was paranormal. I was the only one awake at the time. It was 2 a.m., and I hear giggling around our cabin, like kids running around, chasing each other. I also noticed silhouettes walking past our screen door, though I personally tried to dismiss it, thinking of it as some of the students were just still awake, fooling around outside. But I wasn't able to sleep until 5 a.m. So I believe that place had ghosts and elements in it, as per the recount of some of the students as well, not just mine. You can easily tell if something is creepy in a place just by the feels it gives off. A few years ago, I was hiking in the woods in northern New Hampshire when I ran across what looked like an abandoned house. I love finding places just like this to explore, so obviously I was very curious about the house's contents. There was a pathway to the house made of stones that had been covered with weeds and various other vegetation. The house was surrounded by overgrown grass and tree limbs that had fallen, making it difficult to get to the porch. The front porch was small and made up of bricks that had a layer of moss grown all over it. It was obvious that no one had been there in many years. The front door was intact and locked from the inside. I didn't see any broken windows that I could fit through, and the windows on the front of the house were covered with a thick layer of dust or dirt. I couldn't see inside. I checked to see if the windows would open, but I suppose the wood had warped and swelled, so none of them would open. I gave up on getting inside the house and settled for walking around the backside of the house to explore the grounds around instead. When I made my way to the backside, I found a window that was a bit less dirty, and I was able to peek inside. I couldn't see much. What I did see was an area rug and what looked like a small table beside the window. I decided to try the back door on the off chance that it would be open and I could find out exactly what was going on with this mysterious house. Lo and behold, the back door was unlocked, but when I gave it a slight push, I could feel the frame was loose and weak. It didn't take much force to push it open. What I saw once inside completely took my breath away. I was standing in a kitchen, complete with dirty dishes in the sink, a drain board with old cups and glasses turned upside down from being washed but covered in a thick layer of dust now. There was a small kitchen table with drinking glasses on it and a newspaper that dated back to June of 1959. The cabinets were stocked with dishes, and there was a tall pantry that contained various jars of preserves of fruits and veggies that had obviously been canned by hand. Everything was covered in dust. I continued to walk through the house and found each room I entered to be completely furnished and covered in dust or dirt. There were spider webs throughout the entire home, as well as signs of rodent activity. There was a dresser, the drawers filled with clothes that had been chewed and nested in by what I assume were mice. In the closet hung more clothes. They'd begun to deteriorate and had holes from insects. Upon further inspection of a child's dress I found, it seemed that the clothes were also handmade. There were 2 bedrooms, one of which was obviously a room for children with 2 twin beds that were perfectly made up. The bedding was in poor condition, but it seemed to have been hand-stitched. Same thing in the other room, only it contained just 1 larger bed rather than 2. The cabinet in the bathroom had few toiletries, a straight-edge razor, as well as towels. They were neatly folded, but had now become a nest for small animals. At this point, I was pretty creeped out. I began feeling as if I was being watched. I decided it was time to leave this strange house that appeared to be stuck in time. As I walked through the short hallway that led me back into the living room, I decided to see what kind of pictures were hanging on the walls. I wiped some of the dust off of the pictures hanging near the doorway of what appeared to be the parents' bedroom. I discovered it was a photo of a wedding. The photo was very faded and appeared to have some type of mildew growing behind the glass. I decided to take a moment, check out a few more pictures in the frames. Most were of scenery or various still subjects. I found another photo hanging in the living room near the front door. This one was of the entire family. It was in even worse condition than the previous photos, but you could clearly make out a man, a woman holding what appeared to be a small infant and 2 children sitting on the floor at their feet. I found this very odd as I hadn't seen any signs of an infant anywhere in the home. I don't know what could have possibly become of this family that lived in the house. Did they leave for work and school and never made it home? Did they decide to take off and leave all their worldly possessions behind? Why? What happened to the infant in the family? To this day, I have so many questions that I know I'll never have the answers to. I stumbled upon a home that day, not a house. That was a family's home that they lived in, experienced life in, and mysteriously disappeared from. I've never been back and never intend to. Just thinking about the place creeps me out. It was as if the family had no clue that they'd never return to their home the day that they just walked out the door, and it was apparent that no one had come looking for them. So there you have it. I found a family's home hidden in the deep woods of northern New Hampshire. I still don't really like to think about what happened. I'm not sure the exact time this happened, but it was around a year ago. My friends and I always enjoyed finding abandoned places to explore, whether it was a warehouse or a huge mansion, a racetrack once. There were 5 of us, and all of us had some sort of weapon just in case and a flashlight. We had just finished exploring some old abandoned house when my friend mentioned he knew of a warehouse that had been abandoned for years, about 20 minutes away. So of course we all hopped in the car and took off, listening to our favorite songs. The experience was incredibly fun until the moment it happened. We all arrive and get out, and as we look for a way in, I realize I've been here before. So is my friend Pearson, who's right behind me. Both of us are indifferent about it. It's still fun to go look, so I find a gate to jump over. The gate will be a key factor in the future. I inform my other friends that I've been here before, and it's a pretty cool area, just small. We walk in and see paint tearing off the walls, smashed glass everywhere. The floor has a layer of trash, and a rancid smell reeks the entire time. You get used to it, however, so we didn't really have any complaints. But then I realized something. There's a basement. All of a sudden, my friend looks at me startled and says, "The basement door was open last time you were here." He's right, but for me, I don't necessarily get scared easily, so big deal. Who cares? Others have probably visited recently. Who knows? But this is where the scenery gets in your head. Everything is in ruins. You can see other rooms through the holes in the walls. Then the smallest corner in the far back of the warehouse is a slimy stairway down to a basement with a door to the left. I recall the previous time I went in and remember one key detail. The basement door only locks from inside. I tell all of my friends this cautiously and look down the shaded corridor into the darkness. I'm still not scared, but somewhat nervous, yet I have to prove myself to my friends. I go down. Every footstep creaks. I finally reach the door. I put my hand on the doorknob, about to twist it, when I hear something. Someone or something was breathing right behind the door. I'm in disbelief. There's no possible way someone's locked themselves back there. I twist the handle. It's locked. I quickly shuffle up the stairs when the worst part happens. The door downstairs opened. I've never run for my life, but in that moment I did. I didn't know what happened. We were all rushing as fast as possible through the building, and we could hear noises behind us. We didn't know if we were knocking stuff over or if whatever was behind the door was chasing us. I run a lot, so I was the first one outside. I see my hope, the gate. All I have to do is plant my foot, hop, and climb over. Foot's planted. I jump. A hand grabs my hoodie and pulls me down to the floor. It's my friend. I won't reveal his name. He's grabbed my jacket and pulled me down to the floor. I understood in that moment he was panicking and was the most non-athletic, so I let him go ahead, helping him. Plus, he was driving, and I needed that car to be started and ready to go. I hopped the fence to get to everyone in the car. I'm the last one to enter the car as I hear the noise, something that sounds like someone smashing whatever is near them inside the warehouse. I don't know what happened there, nor did any of us care to find out.
So this isn't my personal story. It's from my friend, Jackson. We've been friends for 17 years, and in all that time, there's only one incident scarred in his memory. Years ago, we were on a camping trip with his family. It was the summer of 2008. We were relaxing on the way to our campsite. We arrived in a small town and decided to set up camp in their woods. Jackson's mom made dinner, and afterwards, we watched other camping videos. We made marshmallows, and we just all around had a fun time. Then, at roughly 8:30, we went to bed. And this is where we need to shift to Jackson's perspective. At around 1 a.m., he woke up, not knowing why, but since he was up, he decided to take a walk. It was around 5 minutes later when he heard something. He hadn't noticed it before, but there was a faint noise, a thump, drag, thump. Jackson, being the cocky shit that he is, muttered, "Assholes, don't know how to keep it down." He assumed it was a drunk, just taking long, exaggerated steps, but it stayed at the same volume. And then he got curious and walked towards the noise, hiding behind a bush when he got close enough. What he saw scared him so badly, he forgot to scream, and that's what saved him. A man was attempting to stick multiple dismembered body parts to a tree. He had a bag full of axes. That's what Jackson was hearing. The thump was the sound of the axe being used to stick a body to a tree, and the drag was from the man moving to the next tree. Then, the man looked directly at my friend, and Jackson ran. He somehow managed to lose the man, but he realized he was also lost. Switching to my perspective, I woke up hours later and I saw that Jackson was gone. I woke his parents and we eventually found him, but his clothes were torn, his eyes were baggy, and he was clearly in shock. We took him to the hospital and he began having nightmares. Every night, he'd wake up screaming, "Don't kill me, please." When he finally calmed down, he told me the story, and I believed him. I knew that he wouldn't lie to me. Now it's 14 years later. We're still good friends. This incident was never forgotten, only ignored, but I wanted to get it off my chest. Over the years, I've heard a lot of ghost stories about people using Ouija boards. My friend talked to me just recently about his haunted basement, which I'll have to follow up with you on. But for now, this is my ghost story. Though I'm not entirely sure it was a ghost, but you tell me. It's the only thing I've ever experienced, and I'm grateful I experienced it with friends eventually. It's nice to know you're not crazy, even if you're 12. No one wants to lose their mind. So far, me and my friends are some of the only ones I've met who have experienced a haunted treehouse. Though the older I've gotten, the more I've come to terms with the fact that maybe it wasn't the treehouse itself. Maybe it was the woods. Our houses all sat along these woods in Central Oregon, my house the furthest into the neighborhood, at the end of the dead end. This means I had woods lining my backyard, but also had them alongside my house on the far side. When I was much younger, my dad learned that our property actually extended into those woods. However, we were unable to establish any plumbing or electrical, so adding onto our home wasn't really an option. Instead,
my dad decided to build a pretty state-of-the-art treehouse, one that we used to all enjoy together as a family until it became a spot exclusively for me and my friends. The first time I ever stayed out there alone, I didn't like it. In fact, I ended up back inside almost as soon as my parents were asleep. I was, for all intents and purposes, afraid. I disguised this by having friends with me most of the times that I was out there after dark. After all, the treehouse had always held positive memories. I was sure that I was just being a baby about being alone. I think I was around 11 or 12 when I decided to try sleeping out there alone again. My parents were painting my room, and since they didn't know I was afraid of the treehouse alone at night, they suggested I sleep out there. It was summer after all. For the night, I brought a little battery-powered radio out there, doubled up on blankets, and kept a walkie-talkie with me. The other receivers belonged to my two friends who were also neighbors. So I just wanted the walkie-talkie for reinforcements, I guess. While I was out there, I remember telling myself I wasn't tired and that's why I couldn't fall asleep. But even as my eyes felt heavy and started to close, I found myself forcing myself awake to avoid falling asleep out there. But eventually, nature took over. I'm only human after all, so I fell asleep. Not for long, or maybe it was. The one thing about being out there is I didn't have a way to tell the time. Anyway, I woke up to what I thought was my walkie-talkie going off. It startled me, and I fumbled for the receiver to silence the sort of piercing noise it was producing. I realized it was actually my radio making that noise. I turned it off before I even had a moment to think about how strange that was. I knew I had turned that off. In fact, I was sure I'd turned it off, batteries and all. When it turned on the first time, the radio was just producing static, like it was between actual functioning stations. But then it turned on again, only this time it sounded as though it was skipping through channels. I hadn't laid back down yet, so the radio was just within my grasp. Instead of grabbing it, I found myself sort of leaning forward. I wanted to see if the little red dial was moving, and it was indeed moving. The knob, however, was stationary. As a child, I remember thinking, what kind of magic is this? Yet there was this other part of me that wasn't so much amazed as it was afraid. I wanted to turn the thing off, but I didn't want to touch it. Then I felt something. The treehouse itself started to vibrate. I had no idea how, but it sure was. The radio kept doing its thing. It tipped over, but it didn't turn off. I'd never wanted to go inside so much. Everything inside of me was dedicated to the cause of making it to my house. At first, I was worried about moving while everything was vibrating, but it started to almost hurt. It was that powerful. When I went to climb down the ladder, I realized it was nearly impossible to grab onto the wood planks. The vibration was so strong, it's like my hands couldn't even grip the wood. The radio was almost silent in comparison to the buzzing sound that completely consumed me. If I hadn't been conscious of it, if I didn't move at all, I would have thought that for sure I was having some sort of seizure. After several moments, it stopped. Everything did. The radio was silent, the treehouse was no longer vibrating, so I wasted no time running back inside the house. I didn't think that I would sleep much that night, but I felt a world of difference being in my own bed, and I passed out. I didn't really spend much time out there alone after that incident. The treehouse actually gathered dust for a while, and my dad contemplated tearing it down. However, when I was around 15, I decided that the treehouse was absolute gold. No way I could give it up. Instead, my dad helped me run some extension cables and cords from the treehouse to the house. This gave me a little makeshift electricity while out there. That summer, it was equipped with a mini fridge, a small TV, and a Nintendo GameCube. It became the chill spot for a while, at least our entire freshman year. But I still, on the low, hated sleeping out there. I always found an excuse for us to go inside. One night, that didn't really work. My friends Riley and Jason were basically giving me a hard time, saying that they weren't done playing video games, and after a few more excuses, they just straight up said that they were too lazy to go inside. that it was too hot in there. So I caved and just said, fuck it, it's one night. I knew better, but you know how peer pressure is. Plus, I was technically their host. Was I just gonna leave them out there? I decided my best bet was probably just to fall asleep before they did. The sound of Mario Kart in the background was almost soothing, but I was jerked awake. It felt exactly like when you're between sleep and suddenly you feel like you're falling. My stomach dropped. Then, the vibration started. Only this time I wasn't alone. My friends were both wide awake, and from the looks of it, they were still playing video games because the TV was on. It, along with everything else in the treehouse, was moving slightly. It felt identical to what I experienced as a child, and I hated it. I never heard Riley scream before, not that I could recall. To the sound, it almost didn't register, and it was so drowned out by the other noise. But I saw his face. He was horrified. I watched as he grabbed onto the wood framing and quickly let go, realizing it was impossible to grip. I tried to say out loud to just sit still. It will only be a couple minutes. You just couldn't really hear what I was saying. So I sat there, covering my ears, hoping they would do the same, and they did. Then, just like the first time, it all stopped. The TV was off and the vibration was no longer present. Riley went straight for the ladder. Jason followed close behind. I took my time leaving, though. I had no idea what I was looking for, but I just felt like I was going to experience something. Another thing I still can't explain. Then, on my way down the ladder, it happens again. Mid-ladder, the vibration causes my hands to lose their grip on the wood, and I fall backwards. Luckily, my friends were already off the ladder by this point. Instead of crushing them, I just fell straight on my back, knocking the wind out of myself. On the ground, I couldn't feel any vibration, but it sounded like an extreme windstorm was making its way through the woods, only there was no wind. After my friends helped me up, I was able to catch my breath and follow them inside. We were far too jumpy to be quiet or even consider what time it was. Jason looked me dead in the eyes, and I'll never forget. He looked at me and said, "I saw something out there. Something big." He was serious, real serious, but he said he couldn't explain. Riley asked me what that was. Why was the treehouse shaking like that, and what the fuck was up with the TV? By this time, my parents came down and were asking us what the heck was going on. Why were we yelling and running around? I wasn't even going to launch into the story, but Jason and Riley did it for me, telling my parents something was outside, something was shaking the tree and messing with the TV. They swore up and down that they turned off the TV. My parents, well, they just looked tired. Honestly, their lack of enthusiasm made what we experienced seem like nothing, but they weren't there. Essentially, we were told to keep it down and to either set up in the living room or my room. We opted for the living room. Nothing else happened, but by the time I woke up, both of my friends were gone. I called them later that weekend asking where they had gone. They both told me they couldn't sleep. They waited for sunrise and they walked home. They also said that they saw the TV turn on again. They could see a light glowing inside the treehouse from the living room. It shouldn't have been possible, since one of the things my dad did when we woke him up was unplug everything from the house. It shouldn't have even had power. So that was officially the last time I stayed the night up there. Well, it was the last time anyone stayed the night up there. My dad tore it down before senior year. I just have to know, has anyone else experienced something like this? In the woods or in their house? Anywhere? What was it? The ocean used to be my favorite place until last summer when I almost drowned. Growing up, my parents would take my brother and I to a small reef where we would swim and snorkel all day. Now that I'm an adult, I occasionally take friends out to do the same thing, only with the addition of alcohol. The boat ride is only 40 minutes from shore, and we've never seen a shark out there. We rarely even saw other people. On this particular day, it was just me and my girlfriend. and this was already pretty routine for us. As usual, we were snorkeling, screwing around, when she noticed a baby sea turtle with a fishing line trailing behind it. This is a sadly common occurrence, and we couldn't just leave it that way. Sometimes they get tangled in a net, or just get so wrapped up that you have to cut through thick layers, so I always keep a good knife on me while in the water. The turtle was making its way to the deeper parts of the reef, so I took a deep breath and hurried after it while my girlfriend waited at the surface. I caught the little guy just as he tried to crawl into a dark crevice near the sea floor. Luckily, the fishing line was easy to remove, and I sent him on his way without needing to go up for air. But I was at my limit. I stepped onto the large rock and pushed off to speed my ascend. As I began to slow, I glanced down just in time to see a massive brown tentacle shoot out of the reef wall and wrap around my leg. It looked like the reef itself had come to life. The tentacle was double the thickness of my thigh, and in a split second, it wrapped my leg from ankle to knee. It took all of my self-restraint not to scream out what precious oxygen I had left. That's when I noticed a huge section of the reef wall moving, and I saw its eyes open. It was like a giant, monster octopus, perfectly camouflaged to match its surroundings. I could have stared at that spot all day and never noticed anything unusual if it hadn't grabbed me. My leg was completely numb. My lungs were on fire. I knew that I would lose any slim chance of survival if I started choking, so I took my knife and I began desperately stabbing at the tentacle. Black ink instantly spread through the water, and I heard a shrill scream that, to this day, I still can't be sure if it belonged to this giant octopus or my girlfriend. It was about that time that she saw the black ink spreading from the surface and came to see what was happening. I didn't see her. I only felt a sharp tug on the back of my shirt as she was pulling me to the surface. We didn't stick around to look for the octopus. We just hurried onto the boat and got away from that place. Only after we gained some distance did I stop to explain what happened and look at my leg. I stabbed myself twice and had to get over 30 stitches afterwards. But aside from that and a touch of PTSD, I was fine. Obviously, we've never gone back and don't intend to, but I just have to know. Has anyone else seen an octopus that size? Was it even an octopus? Could it have been anything else? When I was about 12, I got the opportunity to stay with my friend and her family who lived on a boat. They traveled to many locations on the boat for many years, but this story, we were in Jamaica for a week. The mini vacation started off so fun. We were in the pool or at the beach back and forth every day, all day. But on the third day, I started seeing enormous snakes in the water, just looking at me, blinking with their big eyes. I remember I was stepping over into the boat. I could see a huge snake diving down into the water. It creeped me out. I couldn't sleep and I didn't want to go swimming in the ocean anymore. The family took notice that I didn't want to go into the ocean, so they decided that maybe a river would be fun. I remember on the journey I was contemplating in my mind if it would be safe or not. When I got to the river and looked around, I didn't see any snakes, so I was ecstatic. I started stripping down to my swimsuit, ran right into the river, swam across to a cliff, climbed up the cliff, getting ready to dive off. But when I looked down, there was a snake staring at me, blinking. I touched a guy and a girl beside me and I said, "Do you see that?" The guy said, "What?" and just jumped in the river. The girl looked at me and said, Yes, I see it," with a scared tone to her voice. I looked at her. I saw the fear in her eyes, but I wanted to make sure that I wasn't going crazy, so I said, "What exactly do you see?" And she said,
The big snake. I looked at her in such shock, but I also had a sense of relief. We were stuck at the top of the cliff. People came and just jumped off, but every time we looked down, we regretted that we looked. I don't know what would have happened if I jumped off like those other people, but I wasn't brave enough to test it. So I did what I thought was best for both of us. I cried. I cried in fear, and my friend's dad came for me and the other girl. I remember asking the girl if this was the first time she'd seen them, the snakes. I remember her saying no, she sees them all the time. Coming back from that trip, I never saw the snake again, but I still wonder what was the reason for them. Why was it just us who could see them? Any theories, anyone? I do marine salvage operations in the Pacific. Until recently, I never imagined doing anything else. Now I'm looking into any career that keeps me away from the ocean. I don't even like going to the beach anymore. A couple of months ago, we were contacted by a well-known company that wouldn't like being named, but you've definitely heard of them. In 2014, they lost contact with a ship that was only 8 days into its route, and it was never heard from again. Search and rescue teams made every effort to locate the missing vessel, but ultimately they had to accept the loss. This left a lot of families without closure and cost the company millions. But that was the end of it, until this year when the wreckage was discovered by chance. Once it was identified, we were hired. In this case, so much time had passed that any human remains would be long gone, and the cargo would be useless. This was mostly about closure and publicity. These companies hire people like us with the hope that we'll find something to exonerate them, though if they are to blame, they simply won't share the report. We spent the first day doing recon, hoping to see an obvious reason for why the ship sank, but we couldn't find anything wrong with her, except for the obvious damage caused by being submerged. But if they were attacked or taken by a sudden storm, there would be recognizable signs. On day 2, we entered the wreckage in search of the voyage data recorder, which is just a ship's version of the little black box. We found it exactly where it was supposed to be, and our techs were able to recover the data for the vessel's last 48 hours afloat. I've spent most of my life at sea. I've experienced things that will haunt me for the rest of my life, but this is the one that convinced me to retire. The box records all of the ship's instrument readings, along with audio recordings from the bridge. For whatever reason a ship might sink, there will be certain indicators from the instrument readings alone, but not this time. Everything was operating perfectly up until the ship's final seconds. The only abnormal findings came from the bridge recordings. They began with the captain asking a crewman if he was able to find the child. It didn't make any sense. No children were listed on the manifest, and they generally aren't found on cargo ships. After listening to the whole thing, we were even more confused, but we pieced it together as best we could. Needless to say, you won't be hearing about this in the news. The company decided to keep this information private. From what we can tell, a young girl, roughly 10 years old, was on board, but no one knew how she got there. They assumed she was a homeless stowaway due to her torn clothes and dirty appearance. But you could tell they didn't believe it. They sounded afraid of her. One crewman reported following a rotten smell to the cargo hold, where he heard a child crying. Thinking she didn't hear him, he tried to approach quietly in an attempt to corner her between containers. Only, when he got to the end of the row, nobody was there, and the crying stopped instantly. The only thing left where the child should have been was a small pot of black tar-like substance that was identified as the source of this rotten smell. There was also talk of a bad luck streak that coincided with the girl's appearance,
when the captain received news of another accident. One of the cooks severed the top of their finger at the knuckle while chopping veggies, swore that somebody had grabbed his hand. I expected this claim to be met with skepticism, but instead it was compared to a crewman who broke his ankle while descending a ladder. He'd felt someone grab the back of his shirt and pull hard, causing him to fall backwards. His foot became trapped between the rungs. The problem with his story is that nobody else was around, and there was nowhere to hide in the small corridor. The ship's final day began with reports of another sighting. This time, the girl was seen roaming the corridors to the sleeping quarters. They reported dark, muddy water was pouring from her eyes and mouth like a faucet. But when additional men were sent back to investigate, everything was completely dry. The captain called for yet another full search of the ship. Every nook was methodically searched, but there was no evidence of the girl. It was like she snuck on board with nothing but the clothes on her back. Just hours later, a crewman reported that the cargo hold was ankle-deep underwater, but there were no signs of a hull breach. They weren't transporting any liquids. All of the instruments appeared to be operating perfectly. The crew was stumped. The water was rising quickly. Eventually, the captain was forced to give the orders to abandon ship. They had enough space in the lifeboats to carry double their numbers, and they had more than enough time to safely escape. But the lifeboats were gone. They'd been there the previous day, but in the morning's panic, no one realized they were missing until it was too late. They couldn't even call for help. Every attempt to use the radio was met with nothing but static. Ultimately, the crew waited on deck until the last second, when they were forced to take their chances in the open water. All except for the captain, who chose to go down with his ship. I think he fully understood how hopeless their chances were and preferred a quicker end. There's no telling how long the others survived or how much they suffered. The captain spoke once more before falling silent forever. In his final moments, he spoke of seeing the girl. She came to thank him for staying with her. She'd been lonely for a very long time, but they became friends. Any skeptics who hear that recording will probably blame a dying man's hallucinations, including me. That's because it's much better than the truth. It's better to tell yourself that and forget this whole story than to admit the soft voice of a child can be heard in the background. It's faint, but if you turn the volume up to max, it's there. For reasons that I'm sure will become obvious, the names in this story have been changed. My dad was a chef for a very wealthy family from 1972 through the summer of '81. He was one of 3 in-house chefs. They would each rotate, staying in one of the guest rooms for a week to be on call for anything this family may request at any hour. During the summertime, they would pay my dad extra to accompany them on their yacht, continuing his duties as chef while they'd travel the northern Atlantic for weeks at a time. At the end of one of these trips, my dad returned home carrying a pillowcase. Being the nosy kid I was, I looked inside and saw more money than I'd ever seen in my life. That night, my dad tells my mom that he no longer works for the family, that we'd be moving to Cleveland the very next morning. That night, as my parents fought in the other room, I gathered my favorite things, trying to keep as much as possible. As I listened through the wall, I could tell it was serious. My mom was crying. My dad was crying. All night I watched as they packed as much as they could fit inside our suitcases. Everything else was left behind. I was too young to understand the gravity of what was happening around me, too young to pack my own suitcase. We arrived at the airport some ungodly hour in the morning, landed in Cleveland also in the morning. For the first 2 months, all of us stayed in a small motel until my dad found us a house in Jefferson. The pillowcase stash of money was more than enough to support us while my dad found a new job. Though I was young, I knew this was a dark time. My parents asked me not to tell any of the kids where I'd come from. They didn't even want me to use my real last name. I was of the ask no questions age, went along with this for a good percentage of my life. Years later, I was looking through an old photo album when I saw a Polaroid of me and my dad standing on that family's yacht. I remember my mom took that picture before he left to wherever he was going that time. Then I was reminded of that striped pillowcase full of money my dad had brought home all those years ago. I took the Polaroid out of the sticky clear album page, brought it to my dad to ask about the family and the random sack of cash. He told me before I was born he worked in the kitchen of a pretty luxurious casino back where we originally came from. There he met one of the owners who enjoyed his culinary skills so much he hired him as a personal chef. We'll call him Eddie. Eddie had multiple lines of revenue he'd pursue on top of his casino earnings. Some of his associates and people he considered his friends were a couple high-ranking members of the Latin Kings and an unnamed MC from a couple of states west. My dad said almost immediately after he took the gig, he was looking for ways out. He'd almost predicted that something bad was going to happen, but he could never make a clean exit. Unfortunately, and fortunately for him, Eddie liked him a lot, his cooking even more. On occasion, Eddie would host a poker night on his yacht, invite them and their families. Those big excursions, my dad had the 2 other cooks with him, but this trip was different. There was a small crew on board for what was supposed to be a 3-day trip down the South Atlantic. The guests Eddie was hosting were his brother Robert, who my father had also become friends with over the years. He was a commercial fisherman and would drive the yacht, as well as a business partner named Wade, described as a small, nervous-looking man. My father smoked cigars with the men and wondered why he was on the boat that day. He'd only met Wade once before, when he'd attended a birthday party at Eddie's house. On their first night out at sea, Robert drops the anchor and they sit idle. My dad goes to the upper level to start the grill and prepare dinner for everyone. That's when he hears arguing from the men on the lower deck. The arguing gets louder. Sounds like it turns physical. Dad stares over the railing to the fight below. Wade's outnumbered by the brothers. He sees Robert restraining Wade's arms from behind. As Eddie punches the wind out of him, a left hook to the stomach sends Wade to the ground. My dad silently winces for Wade, only briefly closing his eyes. He opens them and he sees Robert pick Wade back up. Just enough time for him to scream, "Please don't," before Eddie shoots him at point-blank range. Immediately, my father closed his eyes, but couldn't bring himself to move. He could hear Robert and Eddie pull up the anchor, tie Wade's body directly to the metal slab, before they dragged it off the back of the boat. My father was sure he was going to be killed next. Instead, when they saw my father standing frozen on the upper deck, they insisted that he continue dinner as they cleaned up this mess. Their literal words. The 3 men shared a steak dinner that night in the yacht, idled by an anchor with Wade's body fastened tightly against it. Eddie remorsefully explains to my father that he and Robert had to do this. Wade had been trying to give tribal police some information on the casino, and it was rumored that Wade had made some less than favorable advances towards Eddie's teenage daughter. Unfortunately for Wade, Eddie had most of the tribal police department under his payroll, and he really loved his daughter. The officer called Eddie the moment Wade left his office. Robert thought that Wade would be too suspicious to get on the yacht if he didn't see my dad on board. They were both very apologetic for involving my dad, using him as a pawn of sorts. Without changing his sympathetic tone, Eddie says that he and Robert need to leave the country for a while, and that my dad and his family will have to leave the state. Eddie wasn't worried about my dad snitching. After all, he made it clear that he knew my family very well.
where we lived, went to school, my parents' names. He assured my dad he could and would find us, if necessary. On the boat before they docked, Eddie filled the pillowcase full of money from 2 safes inside the yacht. With an overly firm handshake, he wished my dad safe travels. My father looked for weeks. Nothing ever popped up about Wade. No missing persons. Nothing. It was sort of surreal listening to this story firsthand. With both my parents deceased now, it's definitely worth a retelling. Last year, my mate Danny and I took his speedboat out for a little ocean fishing. About 4 nautical miles east of harbor, we stopped the boat and cast out from opposite sides of the deck. Minutes later, Danny sets down his rod and rushes to the front of the boat. He grabs a pair of binoculars and looks back in the direction he's facing. I turn around and immediately see what he sees. From a distance, it looks like 2 men were sitting on a vessel that recently capsized. The keel floating above the waves, just enough for the men to sit on it to avoid the cold. Danny sets down the binoculars and throttles the boat to life. We start heading towards the distressed men. We cut the engine short of their overturned vessel to slow our approach as to not splash them with our waves. As our drift brought us closer, the shape of the men's features began to take form. My heart started to palpitate, noticing how similar their features resembled me and Danny. Danny walks to stand next to me when he sees what I see. We're both in disbelief, but the adrenaline of the situation prolonged our comprehension. Danny turns around to grab life jackets. I run to grab the life preserver. But when we meet back at portside, there's no longer anyone on the overturned boat. The keel was empty of its passengers, clinging to its wood, like they'd never been there. There was no sign of them anywhere. The capsized boat didn't disappear, but we watched it slowly continue to sink, until finally it was fully submerged. We watched it sink into the darkness. We waited for any remains of the wreckage to float up so we could identify and report it when we got back to shore, but nothing surfaced. Released oxygen bubbles didn't even float up after the boat sank. We were in a stunned silence. I made a comment about us just meeting a couple of ghosts, but Danny commented on their features, saying ghosts don't mimic. Whatever it was, we agreed it wasn't earthly, and it definitely wasn't good. An undoubtedly bad sign. So we decided to cut our fishing trip short and head back. On the way back, I was on the verge of tears without having any idea as to why, but I vividly remember feeling an overwhelming grip of sadness when we saw the men. A feeling I initially ignored because I thought that we had to rescue some stranded fishermen. And this feeling followed me all the way home. The air only truly felt clean the next day. It was like my energy was completely expended. Emotionally exhausted from a leisure trip. If you consider this paranormal, it was my only experience with otherworldly entities. Do spirits wander the ocean? Why did they look like us? I don't know if I believe in all the devil stuff, but I really can't classify all of this in another category. Any logical explanations? My favorite things to do have always been swimming and exploring, so it's no wonder that I became obsessed with scuba diving and caving. I was 12 when my dad started taking me to do these things, but I didn't go into my first underwater cave until I was 18. After that, I went to as many as I could, as often as I could go. I had no problem exploring the same one over and over. There are some close to where I grew up, and I know them as well as my own home. I'm 36 now, and in all those years, I've never had any close calls or seen anything unusual until my trip to Hawaii.
You can see many of their underwater caves on Google, but you won't find the one that I'm talking about. And I'd rather not say exactly where it is, so don't ask. I don't want to be responsible for someone else going down there when I barely made it out. A few days into my trip, I met some locals who told me about a spot that I wouldn't find on the maps. They were planning to go that weekend, were kind enough to invite me to go along. Unfortunately, I was too excited to wait. They warned me not to go alone, but I knew I could find it based on their description. I only intended to explore the entrance. I was never planning to take any risks. I even left most of my equipment behind so I wouldn't be tempted. But this cave was unlike anything I've ever seen. It's not uncommon to find air pockets in these types of places. But that's usually what they are, pockets, smaller spaces where the water doesn't reach the cave's roof. If you're lucky, there will be a ledge or somewhere to rest without having to use your oxygen supply. But, barring a few exceptions, that's about it. This cave was the mother of all exceptions. I swam to the other end and found that what I thought would be a good resting ledge, but it wasn't. Once I got out of the water, I saw the ledge actually went further than my flashlight could reach. I kept walking, thinking each step would suddenly reveal the end, but it never came. I don't know how long it actually took, but I walked much further than intended. When I finally reached the other side, there was no wall, just more water. I immediately wanted to jump in and keep exploring, but I suddenly got a horrible feeling in the pit of my stomach. The feeling that something terrible was about to happen. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. The coldest chills of my life spread through my body. I've had friends get creeped out like that sometimes. It just never happened to me. But whatever this was, I could feel it in my bones. I carefully surveyed my surroundings while trying to calm down. That's when I noticed another ledge across the water. After a short debate with my better judgment, I decided it was safe enough to swim across and continue exploring the other side. That's when I heard footsteps. My stomach traded places with my heart. It sounded like something very large was dragging its feet and getting closer. But when I shined my light in that direction, the sound stopped. That's when the real fear hit me. If something else was down there, trying to sneak up on me, they only had bad intentions. Knowing I had to leave quickly, I kept my light trained on the opposite ledge in hopes of gaining a little extra distance as I backed away, and a huge pair of red eyes appeared. They were only visible for a brief second before fading back into the darkness, but they definitely weren't human. Even if they hadn't been red and glowing, no one has eyes that big or that far apart. Whatever they belonged to was massive, and I didn't want to meet it. Eventually, my light fell short of the opposite ledge, and a loud splash came immediately after. That thing had jumped into the water to continue its pursuit, and I panicked. I turned and began running as a deafening roar erupted behind me. It made no other sound as it swam across, but it arrived at the other side faster than any human could have. Next, I heard its claws tearing into the rock wall as it climbed onto the ledge, and I fully believed I was going to die there. As the sound of its pursuing footsteps grew closer with each second, I was tempted to turn and face the beast before it killed me. If I was going to die, I deserved to know what my killer looked like, but I was too afraid. Another low growl echoed the cave. Tears filled my vision. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw the end just ahead, and somehow I'd made it. I barely had enough self-control to enter the water properly, but I'd been through too much to let stupid mistakes kill me now. I swam like a madman, fully expecting a large splash to follow right behind me, but it never came. After a short distance, I stopped with the realization that I would spend the rest of my life wondering if what I experienced was real or some kind of break from reality. So I resurfaced once more, without the flashlight. Everything was pitch black, the kind of dark where you can't see your hand in front of your face. All except for two glowing red orbs in the distance. I couldn't make out anything else, not even the shape of the owner's head. They were completely still, until they suddenly rose several feet higher, like how a snake will stand straight up. It's hard to guess the height even at that angle, but at the very least, it was much taller than a human. Needless to say, it was a while before I went into another cave, and it certainly wasn't that one. Back in late 2006, I was pregnant with my twins. We lived just about 30 minutes away from the beach, and one weekend, we decided to take our daughter to the beach. She loved it, and it was a favorite family activity. Anyway, the three of us were out swimming in the water, just having a great time. We were stupid. We were just a little bit too far from the shore with a toddler. We shouldn't have been. We also were very caught up just having a great time together. I suddenly realized that we were the only ones in the water. I looked towards the shore, and everyone was yelling to get out of the water. Right then, a huge shadow swims between us and the shoreline. This was a very large, popular beach. There were no warning flags or anything, and so we kind of just forgot to respect nature. I've never made that mistake again. This happened to me while walking through the park near my old house at night. While the park looks like 2 square miles of pure nature, it's surrounded by the city on 3 sides, with a suburban area on the 4th. It's not in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes I go to this park after work. It's a safe place. Squirrels are the biggest animals, so there's usually nothing to worry about. This time, I veered away from the trails and went to the bottom of a wide ravine where there's a shallow stream and some ponds. Most of the shore is lined with bushes and trees, and there's a type of sticky black clay that the local villagers call black mud. It was a clear enough night, and there were no trees above the stream, so I could see without a flashlight. Everything seemed normal, but then I saw movement behind the bushes just 15 yards ahead of me. I walked forward slowly, trying not to make a sound. There was enough space between the bushes to see a small meadow on the other side, along with at first I thought it was a dog, but I can't remember anything about it. The only thing I remember is instinctively rushing backwards to the stream. There, I picked up the biggest branch that I could see and continued running away with frequent glances over my shoulder. But nothing was there. Half a mile later, I stopped on a hill that overlooked the ravine. All was calm and quiet. Confused, I dropped my stick and went home. I have no idea what it could be, but I was in full panic mode for a few minutes, and then I wasn't. It was like flipping a switch. I've done my best to sort these events chronologically. They took place when I was between the ages of 14 and 20. I'm currently 22. Until 2 years ago, I lived in a Polish village called Mojca. It's less than a kilometer away from the city of Kielce. Also, my friend Jacob witnessed several of these situations. The forest itself was huge, but that's typical for Poland. Jacob and I often spent our free time there. We loved to explore it. We built a small bridge over the stream so that we didn't have to go around or through it. A few days later, we were returning home when a stone almost hit me in the head. It looked like it came from a tree. We were still deep in the woods, so it's unlikely a person threw it. We joked about it even though it was technically a dangerous situation, but otherwise, we ignored it. At harvest time, we liked to jump over the hay bales that were tucked back in the forest. That way the farmers didn't see us. Once, when it was already getting dark, we saw a black figure behind a small stream. We watched it for a while, but we weren't concerned about it yet. We even joked that it might have been what threw the stone back then. Not long after this, we saw the figure 2 more times in the same areas. We found something like rabbit holes in a deeper part of the forest, but they were way too big. Nearby, we found a suitcase with strange things inside, and that was the last time Jacob went into the forest. I enjoyed running through the woods, especially in the evenings. I came across a phenomenon that I can only describe as earth breathing. In a certain area, the ground regularly rose and fell, like someone taking a deep breath. This is where things get really weird. I started running my usual route, but I ended up turning back when I heard a deep, unnatural growl from the bushes. Over the years, I've heard wolves and foxes, but they sound so much different. There didn't seem to be anything in the bushes, but I didn't want to tempt fate. Last, and probably the strangest thing of all, happened when I'm an adult. It was one of the few times I went into the forest after dark. I don't remember why I was there. I was walking a long trail when I heard a church choir singing in what sounded like Latin. It wasn't very far away, but it was coming from a denser part of the forest. Once I turned back, I didn't hear anything anymore. Years later, Jacob and I came to the conclusion that there were probably black masses or some kind of cult out there. We would often see suspicious cars hanging around. I'm not a big believer myself, but who knows? When I was 15 or so, me and my group of friends all slept over at one of our friends' houses. This dude lived in the most absolutely rural area of our already rural town, basically in the middle of the woods, a house just absolutely surrounded by thick walls of trees. In the evening, we decided to go out and start a bonfire deep in his woods. So we packed up, got our materials, and went straight out into the woods. On the way to the spot we'd be making our campfire at, he told us how fucked up and creepy his woods are. He told us the numerous things that he's seen. White, skinny figures peeking around his shed, staring at him, and running off when he looked at it. Screaming and whispers coming from the woods, figures watching him, all that good stuff. It set the mood pretty well. By around 7 at night, we had the campfire set up. It was pitch black outside, as it was the middle of winter in New Hampshire. I can still remember how creepy the whole vibe was that night. You couldn't see a single thing because the ring of light coming out of the fire, everything else was just a black wall of nothingness. And the sound of the forest, it was so quiet that it was almost deafeningly loud if we didn't talk. We ended up needing more firewood, amongst other things, to sustain us and the fire, so my friend takes me with him to go back and get it. Without a flashlight or any source of light, me and him walk the 1.5 mile long trail back to his house in complete and utter darkness. It was all good. We were talking, joking with each other, having a good time just hanging out. When the first noises started, he immediately made me stop talking. To my left and my right was a bunch of different sounds, screaming, laughing, talking, whispering, shouting, people saying inaudible words. It sounded like there were something around 20 people around us. The natural night vision had set in a decent amount.
I looked over at my friend, who had his head down and didn't say a single word. Known for being a complete goofball and a wild, funny dude, I'd never seen him look so shaken and serious in my life. He had this look to him that still haunts me to this day. We knew him, and he portrayed himself as this fearless leader type of our group. Seeing him so shaken up and afraid was really, really unsettling. I started to say something along the lines of, "What the fuck is that?" before he cut me off and told me to be quiet, face forward, and not to pay attention to any of the sounds. I did what he said, and the next 3 or so minutes was uncomfortable and terrifying. I remember feeling sick to my stomach. By the time we reached his house, the sounds had stopped. We both grabbed what we needed to grab in the silence, and that's when I could really listen to the sheer quietness of that night. No birds, no sticks falling, no sound. Absurdly silent. We walked back to the campsite. Nothing else occurred that night. Still, my most unsettling and bizarre experience that I've almost no explanation of. This could be a paranormal experience, although I'm not sure. My son and I were sitting around the campfire while my brother was playing guitar. My son points straight up above us and asks, "Who's that standing in the trees?" I turn my gaze in the direction his little fingers are pointing. My eyes aren't yet adjusted to the dark, but my brother also stops his strumming, and now he's looking into the branches. From across the fire, I hear him say, "Brendan, you see that up there?" I still don't. Both of them become completely silent. My brother slowly sets down his guitar, replacing it with his Fenix HT-18 flashlight. The beam from this light is powerful, capable of reaching up to a half mile. Needless to say, wherever he scanned instantly became lit up, like it was midday. He pans this bright spotlight back and forth above our heads, searching for whatever he and my boy just saw. When he returns to his chair, he sets the flashlight down and says, "I swear to God, man, I thought I saw someone standing in those trees over there." I stand up and begin to stare into the dark trees in front of us. My brother and I are experienced hunters, so his adamancy about it being a someone in the trees rather than a something made me rather nervous. I still felt like it was so dark I couldn't see anything but the silhouettes of the trees. Still scanning, I hear my son say something, but he's quiet, so I have to ask him to repeat himself. "It's still there. Can you see it?" I tell him I don't think I can see anything, but I'm trying. "What the hell?" My brother turns his light back on. "You don't see this, Ken? Follow my light." I hear my brother shout whisper from across the fire, and then it clicks. I thought I was looking for someone or some animal. I was looking lower. But what I saw moving in front of us, within the trees, were things that appeared to be almost as tall as the trees themselves. In fact, at first that's what I thought they were. I didn't even think anything of them swaying back and forth until now. Whatever these were, they were absent of natural color. Instead, they were solid black voids, even with this bright light. They were absolutely separate from anything around them. Their movement was subtle but massive. My brother and I shared a brief exchange, questioning if it looks like they're getting closer. We can't decide. "I'm pretty sure they are." My son points to the right of where I'm looking. And sure enough, there's more. And they're moving in, so to speak. Then the light is cut as my brother rapidly moves towards the tent, likely grabbing his rifle. I move towards my son, stepping us both back towards the tent. Without the light, it's almost impossible to see anything besides the fire. I can't even tell if those things are still there. Everything is dark. My brother returns the light, and as he turns around and points his rifle towards the trees, I watch as the flashlight moves from side to side, scanning the same area we just had, and nothing. Whatever the hell those things were, they were now completely gone. Needless to say, so were we. We never went back to that particular spot again. I don't know that those things meant harm, but their presence was incredibly intimidating. So, I think we made the right choice. Now to start this off, I'm a 29-year-old man, and 3 times a year I head up to the Georgia mountains to camp, fish, and have a great time. But after my last trip, I doubt that I'll ever go again. I had been super excited the week before I was to head up to Georgia, and when the day finally came, I could have died from happiness. I loaded up my dog buddy and all of my gear and started the trip. About an hour into my trip, I saw a road that I'd never been on before. I decided I would take an hour to look around and go back to the main road. I lost track of time, and before I knew it, the sun was setting. I grabbed my gear and buddy, and we hiked about 10 minutes before finding a nice clearing in the forest. I set up camp and looked around my camp. I saw a small, man-made trail leading into the dark trees and decided that me and Buddy needed a walk. I grabbed my walking stick, Buddy's leash, and a headlamp. We headed into the trail. I knew something was wrong when I couldn't hear a single insect or animal. Me and Buddy stopped at the little creek when I saw something terrifying. 2 eyes reflecting from the headlamp. This thing was really tall, like 6 or 7 feet, and the eyes, they were too big to be human. My dog is usually very protective of me, but instead of barking or doing something, he whimpered and peed on my leg. I've never seen him act like this before. He's seen bears before, and he's scared mountain lions away, but he's never peed like this. As Buddy kept whimpering, I felt terrible, like this thing hated me and it could rip me to shreds if it wanted to. Then it made the scariest noise I've ever heard. Sounded like a maniac screaming. Me and Buddy bolted back to our camp. In our camp, I could still hear the thing. Needless to say, I was not staying here. I packed up the camp as Buddy stood watch. We ran to my truck and got out of there. I went straight home. I didn't sleep the whole night. Later on, I looked on the internet of what could have made that noise. Nothing even came close to it. I really don't know what it was, but there's something weird in the woods of Georgia. When I was 14, I had a boyfriend who my parents wouldn't let me see. I was so in love with him, as any 14-year-old would be. So much so that I decided it would be a good idea to sneak out of my house at 3 a.m. in an attempt to see him. My boyfriend at the time quite obviously didn't care about my safety in this situation, so he told me to walk all the way to the Taco Bell near his house, which was probably over a half-an-hour walk on foot. But I was stupid, and I wanted to see him, so I agreed. I remember I put on short shorts and other clothes in an attempt to look cute for my boyfriend, completely oblivious to how stupid this would be. I managed to get outside my house and I started walking down the street. I was nervous, but I was alone, so I didn't feel too threatened. Right as I was passing the power lines, a pickup truck turns onto the road. and slowly starts driving towards me. The part that scared me the most was when the car completely stopped, right in front of the power lines, almost trapping me in. I saw a man inside the car look at me, and right in that moment, I got so scared I started running as fast as I could forward, and I wound up in front of a kid from school's house that I was friends with. I started knocking on his window in a panic, and he opened his blinds, and I explained what happened. He said he would tell his older brother. I begged his older brother to take me to the Taco Bell so I could see my boyfriend, but he kept saying that he would only drive me home. I still wonder what that guy had intentions of doing. So my parents introduced me to a murderer. Well, a man capable of murder, and we didn't know just yet. He was a down-to-earth stoner with 3 kids and another one on the way, and with a super sweet wife who was also a little crazy. He came over and would tell my parents everything going on in his life, and then disappear for a few days. He always came back with some crazy stories, but never would assume anything bad about him. He'd tell us how his wife stabbed him in the foot, how the kids dug a hole in their trailer, that his mother-in-law was psycho. Once he came over, on the run, for having a gun at his mother-in-law's. He was there and gone in 5 minutes. I regularly check our state circuit court, and dude was never in legal trouble when I looked him up. So I just assumed that he had family issues and maybe a couple screws loose. Last time I saw him, he came over, smoked with my mom and my girl, told us how excited he was for this baby on the way, and he hoped that it looked more like him, as the last one was a clone of his mama. We all hung out together outside and drove the kids around on the ATV, bullshitting about our pasts and futures. He was hopeful. Not a bone in his body said aggressive. He was very empathetic, very family-oriented, and just kind. And then he went missing for 2 weeks. Not a peep from him or the wife. We then see his picture on the news with the title, "Murderer Takes Own Life," with his name attached. He apparently killed a man, took his body and dumped it, and when the police tried talking to him while he was in the car, he turned, looked at the police, and shot himself. I'm so confused, and I'll never even hear the full story. 2 dead men, no closure for anyone. I'll forever wonder, who else that I know is capable of murder? I grew up with 2 families. One of them was dead. I'm not crazy. I have my whole family to back me up, and my uncle still lives in the house. The spirits aren't mean except the dad, banging on doors, cutting my auntie with a knife in soupy water, busting the sink, that kind of thing. It's probably worth mentioning that I'm firstborn of the power of 3. My aunties, my mom have gifts. All the girls in my family have gifts. The house has 2 levels, light baby blue with white trim, and it had 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. The Alive family were my 2 aunties, my mom, my uncle, and my grandparents. They lived not too far away, plus me and my 3 cousins and some animals. The family of spirits was a father, a mother, and there were 2 children. After my mom did some digging, she found out what happened. Apparently the father was abusive, and after going into a fit of rage, he killed his wife and his 2 kids, and then hung himself in the basement, which is where my uncle slept. All the spiritual happenings, I didn't know at the time, were preparing me for my illness that was going to happen 2 years after I moved away. I had a stroke when I was 5, and due to medical issues, I almost died 3 times. We lived regular lives with them until they attacked my cousin. He screamed in the middle of the night, and the adults came to check on him, and he had 3 scratches down his back. My mom got angry and yelled at them to never touch any of us like that again. We're cleansing the house to make you leave. They took the hint and left us alone. We still visit the house, and there's a silent understanding that we not be disrespectful. So that's the information about the second dead family I lived with. But I wanted to go into some more detail about my crazy connection with the spiritual world and the blue house. The family in the blue house with the father and the family that he killed, they weren't the only ones in the house. No one could really place where it was, but it learned our behaviors and scared the crap out of my auntie. As a joke, my mom would crawl on the floor beside the bed and scare my auntie. All in good fun. Everyone got a good kick out of it. While my auntie was still awake, she heard the very familiar sound of someone crawling beside the bed. She wanted to turn the tables and scare my mom instead. So she kept her eyes closed, and when she could feel that they were nose to nose, she opened her eyes quickly and didn't get a chance to say boo before realizing it wasn't my mom. It was a middle-aged man with red hair and a twisted smile on his face. She got up and grabbed me, running to my mom's room, sleeping in her single bed that night. As I grew up and my first cousin was born, the little kids became more predominant. Toys moving on their own, doors closing when told, comfort from being scared of the dark. If you put my cousin and the spirits side by side, you couldn't tell them apart from living or dead. After everyone left the house, the little boy attached himself to me. He's still here with me, making sure I'm safe. I'm not sure what happened to the little girl and the 3 others, but I'm not visiting anytime soon for my own safety. I probably won't respond after this story. It was a really dark period in my life, and I'm sure I won't come off as the hero by any means. But I've learned my lessons and made right by God for my sins. This happened a good couple of decades ago. When I was in my 20s, I was a hellraiser, and also heavily addicted to meth. I don't hold on to a lot of memories from this period in my life, but this one, well, let's just say it's left a scar. It also may have saved my life. So I was addicted to meth, but my girlfriend, she was too. We enabled each other out of community college with our addiction. She said that her and her friends were going to do it to study all night during finals week. But after finals week, we just didn't stop. 1,000 unfinished, poorly planned projects were tossed out of my dorm room the day they found us smoking in the stairwell. I couldn't go home. That meant breaking up with her and my other new love. Not to mention, I wasn't ready to tell my family that my girlfriend and I got kicked out of college for smoking ice together. So, she and I began living in my minivan off campus. We'd still sneak into the gym to shower, but most of our time was consumed by getting money for the drug, getting the drug, doing the drug, and repeat. I somehow kept my job at the printing shop throughout all of this, but even that money started to run out just as fast as the meth. Not in the right state of mind, she and I came up with a plan to rob someone at the bus terminals. They're deserted and a good 100 yards away from any building or window for prying eyes. It didn't take us long to catch a single rider getting off the bus alone at night. It was close to 1 a.m. We checked the bus schedule and waited for the last couple of buses to make their rounds through. Finally, on the second to last bus scheduled to roll through, an older man steps off the bus. We wait. He's the only one. Doors shut. Bus pulls off. My heart starts racing, and I hear my girl hop up. She's already on her way to the man before I can give my next action a second thought. She runs to approach the man, slowing down her pace as she nears him. catching his attention with a pretty face and a naive question about bus times. The man happily stops and turns to answer her inquiry. But before he's able to pull his hands from his coat pockets to check his watch, I'm supposed to come up from behind and knock him out. I do. The first swing doesn't take him down. The second one does. We empty his pockets and make a dash back to the van. Parked miles away, it's our first chance to actually see the loot we've collected. $20, a bus pass, and some receipts. The 20 got us what we needed for the night. It was the easiest money I've ever made. We hatched a plan to hit another bus stop the next night. This time we were going to try to kidnap the person, not to hurt him, but thinking that we'd take him to an ATM and make them clean it out. I kept a hairbrush in my pocket to resemble a gun, along with a fabric sack to pull over a person's head. The sun sets and we're in another empty bus terminal, waiting for the next lick. Sure enough, as the light poles begin to turn on, a bus rolls in and drops off a single passenger. Again, my girl jumps up from our hidden position before we even establish that this is the guy we're going to get. No turning back now. It's game time. She starts jogging up to him. I duck out of view and start to make my way around unseen, so I'll be facing his back when he turns. I watch as my girl catches up to him to say her lines. I'm watching her while slowly approaching from behind. Her face isn't smiling. She looks almost scared. But I don't really process her expression before I'm already picking up my pace and volume of steps. But as if he knew I was coming, the man turned around to face me. I notice his eyes immediately. His eyes are black, pure black. No pupils, no whites around, just black. It startled me enough to throw me off my game. My usual confident aggression became a tailspin of stammers. With the fake gun still in my pocket, I managed to mumble out, "Give me your money." But he just stares at me. The momentary pause of silence gives me another chance to say it with my chest. And I said, "Did you hear me? Empty your pockets." But again, this guy just stares at me. And then he smiles. Creepiest, most arrogant smile I've ever seen. His arrogance sends me into a rage, and I use my free hand to grab him by his collar. But when I do, it feels like he somehow got me by the throat. But I can see his arms. They're down at his side. He doesn't even touch my girl, yet I see her hit the ground. Both of these events, the choking sensation, my girl falling, I'm so confused. Moreover, why couldn't I fully grip this guy's neck? Why was I getting weaker? And just as I had that thought, everything went black. The next time I see light, I can tell that time has passed, but I have no idea how much. This was before cell phones, so it wasn't just as easy as looking at my phone. But the other thing I notice is that I can't move my hands. They're tied. Not only that, but I'm tied to something, a large pillar supporting the top cover of the bus terminal. I don't see my girl, not immediately, but I can hear her.
Oh my God. Ian?
Then she starts to cry. I go to work on whatever has me tied up, asking her if she's tied too. I realize the ties aren't even that tight, so they're off quick. I move around the pillar to help my girl, and that's when I see her face. And when I do, I immediately start to feel around my face. Her face is riddled with words like junkie and human garbage. But worst of all, she's got a capital L, literally carved into her forehead. And from the feel of it, I've got one too. When she sees me, she immediately bursts into tears, begging me to untie her, pleading that I tell her if her face looks like mine. Once untied, she goes over to the plexiglass cover over the benches at the bus stop. And by the shrill that she lets out, it's apparent she caught her reflection. By this point, neither of us are high. We're majorly jonesing, but everything is missing. We've already had no drugs, but now everything we had was gone. No keys, no wallets, nothing. My girl is majorly freaking out, and she decides to pick up her pace and is well ahead of me as we make our way back to the van. As we make our way back to the van, I'm going through my pockets, and that's when I find that the guy did leave something behind. A note. I stop my girl and I ask her to check her pockets. She does, and we each have one. We each had one in our back right pocket. He starts the notes out with our full names, followed by, "You're still breathing. You're lucky. I know exactly who you are. I'll be watching. Next time, you won't be so lucky." The moment we finish reading our notes, I look over and my girl just gives me this horrified look. Then it clicks. She's looking just beyond me, behind me. I quickly turn around to see what the fuck is going on, and there's no one there. She keeps pointing and looking horrified. Then she screams. Just a pure panicked scream. And then she just takes off. Books it in the direction of town. I don't even entertain chasing her. I'm so confused. And I watch as she disappears from sight. So I'm alone. It seems about dawn, and I'm desperate to get to my car. So I keep walking. I don't know what the fuck my girl's gonna do, going out in public with her face looking like that. I was sure she was gonna be arrested. Well, out of sight, out of mind, I guess. I made my way back to my van. When I finally get there, I'm shocked. I see my keys sitting on top of it. No sign of my wallet, but 1 for 2 isn't bad. Getting into the car, I realize the horror that is my face. Scribbles, scratches, the L. It's a shit show. And my mom, she's going to cry, no doubt. Even though I wasn't living with my parents at the time, my ID still had their address. Major paranoia kicked in, and I decided to make a drive to their house, afraid for the worst. Did this guy kill my family? Or do something to my home? He had not. Everyone was fine. Only thing that they were afraid of was my face. And yes, my mom cried. I had to plead with my parents not to call the cops. Call it leftover paranoia or the genuine concern that I would go to jail for trying to rob someone. Not to mention the guy we actually did rob. I was sure that he had filed some sort of report. They didn't end up calling the police, but that was the last time I manipulated my parents into doing anything to save my ass. To be honest, it was all a pretty fucked up situation. I mean, I know I was doing people wrong, absolutely, but I guess that's what I mean. Like, this guy could have killed us, right? Sure, he slightly disfigured us, but why did he stop there? Was he interrupted? So many questions. It was almost easier just to focus on my sobriety. My dad, he didn't talk to me for weeks, and that was rough. But when he did talk to me, he had a pretty valid and unsettling question. How did this guy know where to put my keys? I hadn't thought about that at all, which I blamed on drugs. I was just happy that something had worked out, you know? But yeah, how did he know? I parked so far away from the terminal, and he hadn't seen us before he'd gotten off the bus. Like, that wasn't even possible. What I keep going over, can't let go of, is what the hell was wrong with that dude's eyes. And also, how he managed to choke me without even putting his hands on me. My parents chalked it up to I was high, and he probably didn't have those eyes, and he likely was touching me. But I'm telling you, no way. Even in my highest of highs, when I'm sober, I can differentiate things. And this one, that's definitely how it happened. Oh, and yes, I still have the scar. It's faint, thanks to a lot of TLC, Better or for worse, I'm a hat guy. I never physically saw my girl again, but I know she didn't learn her lesson, at least not quickly. A mutual friend told me that she went off the deep end. 2 years after this whole thing, she'd been locked up for attempted robbery and assault. Tattooed her whole face, told people that she was the son of Satan. Not the daughter, but the son. Yeah, meth. It's a hell of a drug. No idea what happened after that. I remember trying to look her up once Facebook was a thing for me. No such luck. Given my colorful past, I don't keep up with a lot of people from my hometown. I've been sober more than 20 years, but other than telling this story, there's no going back there for me. I'm a 32-year-old male, and I've always been logic, science, and materialist-oriented. I deny anything's existence without solid, demonstrable proof. But when I was 13, I witnessed something that haunts me to this day. I was over at my friend's house, and his whole family was extremely superstitious. He tried to claim his house was haunted, and I proceeded to condescendingly tell him how ridiculous of a proposition that is. Ghosts don't fucking exist. Only a minute or so before this, I'd set a cordless landline phone on the base incorrectly by accident, as in backwards, so it wasn't charging. Mid-sentence, as I'm acting like a condescending jackass to my friend, telling him not to believe things without evidence, the phone I set down incorrectly started to rattle slowly on the base, then more rapidly, until it flew up 2 feet in the air, flipped over mid-air, and slammed down hard on the base. I immediately tried to blame a gust of wind, but the windows were closed. It couldn't have been an earthquake. We would have all felt one powerful enough to do that. I've thought about this event a lot over these past nearly 20 years, and I absolutely cannot explain where the work of energy came to lift the phone that high off the base. And it's quite a coincidence that the only physics anomaly I've witnessed in my life just happened to occur right as I'm verbally denying the existence of ghosts. Basically, I'm forced to accept there are forces out there that we just have zero awareness of. And if I hadn't witnessed this with my own eyes, and someone told me what I've written here, I can guarantee that I wouldn't believe them, and probably would have ridiculed them. Now, when people tell me ghost stories, I'm inclined to believe them, lest I'd be a hypocrite. I've traveled alone through the U.S. many times. This has given me many opportunities to live through some absolutely bizarre situations. I've had 2 different encounters where I thought I was about to enter the nightmare of my life. The first, I was camping near Tesuque, about an hour from Santa Fe, on a weeknight. It was cold, and I was supposed to leave early in the morning for Texas, and it was forecasted to snow. Being the young genius that I was, I slept in my Jeep to negate all of this. Middle of the night, an SUV quite literally skids to a stop across the gravel into my campground. This wakes me up, and I'm obviously on edge. This SUV is blasting mariachi music. Incredibly odd, but I figured these people were just drunks or high. The doors open and these people get out, and they start running through the woods, screaming bloody murder. I mean, these people sounded like they're gonna die. I'm at an absolute, utter loss. After maybe a minute or 2, everything gets quiet suddenly, and I don't hear them anymore. Tucked into my sleeping bag, I'm starting to absolutely crap myself. I'm sitting there, cramped up in the back of my Jeep, wishing and praying them away. I don't know how long it was. I didn't dare look at my phone. But eventually, I heard quiet voices around my Jeep. The only thing I really caught was, "Do you think somebody's in there?" As you can imagine, I absolutely lost my cool. I just started screaming and I crawled as fast as I could to the front seat. I turned the lights on and I start the ignition. As I look up, I see these people scattering away like roaches into the trees and down the mountainside. Ever since, I keep a J-frame revolver in my center console whenever I travel. My state permit is recognized in a lot of places, so it's a nice luxury to have. The second one, this was in the city of Little Rock, Arkansas. I was headed to Oklahoma from the East Coast to visit my family for Christmas. I was too cheap to pay for a hotel, so I got off I-40, parked behind a hotel, and slept in my Jeep. Middle of the night, I got woken up by the sound of a small scraping noise. Confused, I open my eyes, and I see a figure outside, attempting to work the zipper on my soft top. Horrified, I simply sat there. It wasn't until he or she managed to stick their hand through the small opening they'd created that I reached out, grabbed the nearest thing to me, which was a Coleman lantern, and I smashed their hand with it. Without waiting to see the result of this, I jumped to the front seat, worked the ignition, and peeled out of that hotel parking lot faster than I think I've ever left anywhere. I didn't stop for gas, red lights, breakfast, anything. I merged straight onto I-40 and continued west for almost 30 miles. Needless to say, that was one of the last times I ever slept in my Jeep. My friend likes to go mushroom foraging, and one time, she brought me with her. We got further and further into the woods, getting distracted by cool rocks, different mushrooms, a cool stick, or even just by talking. We were having a great time, just the two of us, until we stumbled into a clearing where a man was sitting, skinning what looked like a deer. I was frozen for a second. I moved to this yeehaw-ass town about 1.5 years ago. I'm from the Bronx, where you see weird shit, but I'm definitely not used to hunting culture. My friend and I were just sort of frozen. The man looked up, covered in blood, and said, "You know it's not safe for girls like you out here, right?" Then he let out a raspy laugh, instantly chilling my bones. He picked up his frighteningly large knife and just kept skinning the deer and muttering about all the dangerous animals in these woods. My friend and I were just nodding, not sure what else to do or say. He looked back up at us and he said, "There's the bears, sure, the mountain lions, the fisher cats, and the rabid coons. But the most dangerous thing out here?" He leaned forward and pointed the knife. "Man, the most dangerous game there is." My friend and I made eye contact and just booked it, through the woods, through the bushes and thorns. And eventually we found our way back to her property. Not sure if creepy hunter guy was just scaring us for shits and giggles, but fuck, it was creepy. I'd like to think that he just got some fun out of scaring 2 teenagers, but Jesus Christ, not in the mood for this dude to pull a frickin' Robert Hansen. So I've decided to share a couple of experiences from when I was living with my grandparents in the 90s. Their house wasn't very big, just a small 2-bedroom rambler, shaped a lot like a mobile home, very rectangular. To get it out of the way, I was living with my grandparents because my parents were not equipped to be parents, basically. 3 years in, my mom would overdose, and my dad would be incarcerated. But before and after that, Grandma and Grandpa's house for me. The first experience was small enough, and no one was around to vouch for me, so I'm on my own with this one. I was in first grade. When it happened, I was in the bathroom, brushing my teeth. At that age, or that height rather, I couldn't quite see the mirror without stepping on this little stool. I went to grab the stool to stand on, and there was like this resistance to it, like it was stuck or someone was pulling on it. I confirmed with my eyeballs. The stool was stuck on nothing. There is nothing. Yet, as I tugged and tugged, it wouldn't budge. And then suddenly, it gave way, sending me backwards into the outside of the tub. Sitting there, shocked, I watched as the stool went from laying on its side to slowly picking itself back up. I ran out of that bathroom so fast, telling my grandma and grandpa what happened. They laughed, not in a mean way, but in a way that was wrapped with words like, "Aw, honey, so sorry that happened to you." Except I wanted to know what exactly had just happened to me. The next incident wouldn't take place for another year, when I was 8. I remember we were moving swiftly. We had a strictly enforced bedtime of 10 p.m. at Grandma and Grandpa's, and we really wanted to watch a movie. At some point, my cousin stopped moving around and I told him to hurry up so we could go watch the movie. But instead of responding, he just points towards the bathroom toilet, which is on the left side of the tub. I turn and I look over. The toilet paper roll, it's moving on its own. Not just unraveling on its own. No, it's unraveling upwards, as though someone is actually pulling on the toilet paper. We both stare at this for probably only a few seconds before we hear the crashing sound of something in the bathtub. We jump and we turn to see that everything has fallen off the shelves, and I mean everything. Just as we hear my grandma in the hallway shouting, "What are you boys doing in there?" The sink turns on, water coming out of the spout at full capacity. As my grandma walks in, she sees what looks like a mess. My cousin and I, we run out. We go towards our grandpa, with our grandma following behind. Once we told them and promised we didn't make the mess, it was still a similar reaction to the first experience. They exchanged looks, they laughed, and reassured us it was the wind, maybe air from the furnace. Well, they didn't see what we saw. After that incident, I never really had any other concrete, strange experiences, not in that house. Though I've never really let go of the feeling that it was definitely haunted. Both of my grandparents are gone now, so there's no way to ask, but part of me feels like maybe they knew all along that their house was haunted, and they just didn't want to scare us kids. One day I'd gone to visit my aunt for the weekend, but I'd been out partying. I'd come back at about 10 a.m. telling her that I was going to sleep for a bit, but that I was going to leave again later that night. I went to her basement to sleep on the futon. The basement was really dim. I laid there, tossing and turning for what felt like 10, 20 minutes. I then checked the time. It was already 10 p.m. I thought to myself, no way. Well, I sat down there, messaging my cousin, who was supposed to be coming to get me. He said he was on his way. Hours had passed. Next thing I knew, it was 2:30 a.m. I'd been jumping to get a look out the basement window, and I got a weird feeling that I wasn't alone. I grabbed a stool to stand on. I stood there looking. Suddenly, a hard scratching noise on the cement wall was happening not too far behind me and getting closer to my ear. I froze, turning my head slowly to find no one there. I got down and suddenly there were 4 bangs coming from the furnace. And usually, It was just one every half hour. I walked to the other window, and before I passed the stairs, I saw a shadow peek its head out from behind the stairs. I thought to myself, we've been through stuff like this. As long as you're not bothered, they can't bother you. But as soon as I got to the other side of the stairs, there was a shadow or a person just standing there, staring at me. I looked out the window. Still no sign of my cousin, but I ran upstairs and out of the house. Getting to the street, there he was, pulling up. That's been the closest that anything's ever gotten to me, and I somewhat believe it had intent to hurt me. We were driving home, my mother in the driver's seat, heading back after spending an eventful day in another much larger town. I wouldn't call it a city, nor would I call it a town. Well, not in my book, at least. We were traveling through the countryside, seeing paddocks and paddocks with the occasional tree here and there. As we got about halfway, my mother asked if it was okay if we took a detour to go see her then boyfriend's place. Seeing the time was about 2 p.m, and I wasn't in any rush to go back home, I told her it was fine, and we turned off the main road. We continued to travel on our new path, the road being a singular paved road. It was one of those that was probably enough room for 2 cars to drive past with no real issue. Anything bigger, on the other hand, than someone was driving on the curb. So we continued talking nonsense, listening to the radio. I looked forward. There in the distance was a man traveling in the same direction we were. Not really out of the ordinary, as there was one of those blink-if-you-miss-it towns nearby. But something about him just grabbed my attention. For starters, he was a farmer. If his attire wasn't the biggest giveaway, but his clothes. He wore a wide rim hat, a shirt, overalls, and boots like something from the 60s or 70s. As we got closer and closer, he seemed to be not noticing us coming up behind him. My mother's car was not quiet. Closer and closer. My eyes fixed on him as we got close, drove by, and he vanishes. My eyes were completely fixed on him. He was there, and then nothing. I quickly looked back, trying to see if he fell or was hiding. No one was there. No place for him to hide. Just an empty road. You saw him too? My mother asks. The farmer? I respond. Yeah. I turn back to her, and she too was shocked. I described what he looked like, and my mother confirmed it. She too saw this guy. I've been on that road many times in the past. Having lived in that area, I know every turn, every curve, every hill. But only that one time have I seen him on that road. I do believe what I saw was a ghost, still reliving his walk back home. Maybe he died on that road or got hit. I don't know, but I'll never forget it. My grandmother would always tell me about knocking that she would hear either a few days before or moments before someone close to her would pass away. It would be around 3 knocks in no particular place. She said she would sometimes hear it at the door, behind the wall, or coming from outside. My grandmother had always kind of had this weird gift to see and experience things that I guess were paranormal, for lack of a better word. She would always tell me her experiences. Me, not being the bravest person on earth, would get so scared I wouldn't be able to sleep well for days. I always thought the knocks were interesting whenever she told me about it, because not long after it usually happened, someone would die. Or she would complain for days that she wasn't sleeping, and then the 3 knocks would happen as well as other weird things. So I was open to the idea of these knocks due to the fact that, evidently, people sometimes passed away. Last year, the 3 knocks happened to me. It was a Friday morning, and that entire week, my grandmother's sister, Suri, had been fighting COVID in the hospital. Suri was the second closest thing to a grandmother for me, so I had a great love for her. I wouldn't say we were close, but there was that grandmotherly love that she always had given me. When I woke up, I was still between that state of being very sleepy, but also fully aware of my surroundings as I wasn't asleep. I know I had my back to the door of my room when I heard 3 faint but audible knocks on my door. I opened my mouth to say, "Yes?" Then it hit me like a train that I'd heard absolutely no one walk to the door or open any of the doors we had in the hallway. And trust me when I say I have the loudest family. So, I should have heard someone or something. My body froze and a chill went right down my back. For a good minute, I was too terrified to move. I laid in bed for a while to listen if anyone would maybe walk away or open the door to confirm if it was indeed one of my family members. But no, nothing but silence after that. I even thought my brother was trying to scare me. Anyways, long story short, exactly, and I kid you not, exactly 3 days later, after I heard those 3 knocks, my grandmother's sister Suri passed away that morning. The whole experience freaked me out. I still struggle to comprehend what happened, but it did. There's probably a logical explanation, but the fact that she died a while after really scared me and made me think about what my grandmother always told me. Okay, so I was at home with my girlfriend at the time and 2 friends. I was looking out the window, and there was fucking quickly changing, flashing colors in the sky. And during the day, too. I live in Montreal, so I don't live where you would be seeing the northern lights. And even if they were the northern lights, these lights looked totally synthetic. It was going between purple, blue, yellow, pink. I was fucking blown away, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? I called my girlfriend and friends to come look, and they were as confused as me. Years later, I was thinking about it, and I brought it up to my friends, and they had no memory of it whatsoever. I asked my girlfriend, and she remembered it. I have no clue what it could have been. Any ideas? I basically just think it's aliens. I was doing some work in the garage, and later I left through the garage door. I started walking away from the house, and I felt eyes looking at me. I look back, and I see my sister looking at me through the living room window. We wave at each other, and I keep going on my merry way. Later, I referenced how I could feel her looking at me, and she said, "What are you talking about?" And I said, "When I waved to you as I was leaving." She had no idea what I was talking about. To make it even more weird, she was apparently at work at the time. My grandma died in 2013, and I moved into her house due to inheritance. In the back of the house are French doors that lead to the porch, which my grandma would sit on every day. The handles and locks are very loud when they're turned, and every once in a while, I'll hear the familiar sound of the door being unlocked, the handle being turned. And I'll go to the doors and see that one is open, without fail. I close them so as not to let hot or cold air in, depending on the season. And minutes later, sometimes it'll happen again. At first, it scared me. But now, it makes me happy to know that she's still with me. This happened many years ago. To preface, I don't believe in the paranormal. But to me, it's really fun to think about. And this experience I had definitely has the paranormal vibes that some stories do. So I decided I'd post it. I was in high school in Northern California, and my closest friend was having a family reunion I was invited to. Around 9 p.m., the last family had arrived, and for some reason, they didn't have their daughter with them. I don't know why they left her, so they asked us to go get her. Now, Tizian just got his first car, and when you finally have that freedom, anything is a good excuse for a road trip. And they live 2.5 hours away, but they gave us money for gas. So we pile in the car, and we're on our way without a second thought. We've got music going, snacks, all around just enjoying a good time. Finally, we get off the highway and find ourselves in a secluded, forested town. No big deal. We find the last turn and are going down a tiny dirt road with thick, thick forests on both sides. Eventually, the radio starts to cut away a little bit, and I turn it down so we're not listening to static. But this little dirt road just goes on and on and on, to the point of absurdity. So me and Tizian start joking about who in the world would come out this far to build a house. Then, and this is what will stick with me for the rest of my life, this overpowering smell comes into the car. Copper. So thick it's almost suffocating. We both retch and it made my stomach turn. It was so heavy in the air, I felt like it could be cut with a knife. We kept going, though, and eventually we made it to a wooden bridge about 20 feet long. As we kept on going, the smell dissipated, and the radio came back in. We eventually made it to a clearing with about 5 houses, which we immediately started laughing about. Not only did they come all the way out here to build 1 house, but they built 5 in the middle of the woods. Why? So we pick up his cousin, Shy. That's her name. And I immediately ask her about the smell coming in. And she has no clue what I'm talking about. There's never been a smell before. She gets in the car and is about our age and has the same taste in music. The song comes on that she likes and she wants us to turn it up. So we do. And now it's almost midnight, and we're blasting music back down this absurdly long road, back the way we came. As expected, the radio starts to cut out little by little, and then the smell hits us again. Not gradually, though, more like smacking into a wall of pennies. I immediately turn to Shy and ask again, and she's absolutely disgusted and ensures us that this is not normal. But as she's saying that, we come back onto the bridge, and as we're making it over, suddenly the car stops. I turn to Tizian and ask what he's doing. It's not me, and he lifts his knee higher to show me that he's stepping on the gas. And that's when I hear the terrible sound of tires not making connection with the ground. And the car starts ever so slightly, lifting from the back. We all immediately look out the back window and are met with nothing but darkness. The angle that we're at isn't anything extreme, just enough to feel your weight shift. But whatever it is, it's lifting a Chevy Tahoe. Shy immediately starts screaming, and admittedly, I'm freaking out a little bit too. And the sounds of static, a girl screaming, and the engine and the tires spinning freely, they're getting to me. I'm frantically looking out of every window trying to assess the situation, but I just don't see anything. Then, Tizian yells out in panic, and just then, suddenly the back end drops. The car lurches forward, and we very nearly almost run into a tree. But thankfully, Tizian regains control. We sped out of there as fast as we could, and very quickly, the smell clears, and we find ourselves out of the forest and back on a paved road. When the radio came back, the mood was entirely too wrong, so I just turned it off as we drove down the lonely highway in silence. When we made it to the gas station, we immediately went to the back of the Tahoe to see a giant dent covering most of the center. And then Tizian finally broke the silence. "I think I saw it." Shy then replied, "I did too." I didn't see anything at all, but when I pressed for information, it was clear they didn't want to talk about it. Years later, when I brought it up one day, Tizian swears he saw what looked like hooves very briefly in the side view mirror. Being a skeptic, I'm not sure if I really trust him, but I also have absolutely zero clue as to what could have lifted the back of a Tahoe. Honestly, I've told this story to many of my friends, and never once have I, or anyone else, thought of something logical that makes sense. Why would a paranormal being capable of lifting a Tahoe let us go? Really wish I just got out of the car and checked out what happened. It's a question that stuck with me my whole life. This happened when I was in my 30s. First, a little background. I had an Aunt Mary who moved in with my parents, my brother, and older sister when I was born to help my mom out with us. She was extremely close to me, so she always called me her girl. It made me feel special. Okay, on with the story. So I was dating this guy, and we got into an argument right before I left to go to work. I worked nights as security. I had a 2-story apartment with 2 cats. So, like I said, we got into it before I left for work. And I knew he was scared of dead people, ghosts. At this time, my Aunt Mary had passed, and I kept her obituary downstairs on my bar. I knew this creeped him out. As I was walking down the stairs, I shouted, "I hope my Aunt Mary comes and bothers you tonight." I thought nothing of it. I just wanted to screw with him since he pissed me off. So the next morning when I got home, he was awake and looking crazy. I asked him why he was up and what was wrong with him. He said he kept hearing noises downstairs all night, and the cats kept going to the top of the stairs, looking down and hissing. I remembered what I said before I left for work, and I just smiled and said, I guess she came to mess with you since you pissed me off. Sweet revenge. During the summer, before I got my puppy, I would stay up until about 4 or 5 a.m., finishing schoolwork for a math program I'd signed up for. I was staying in the back bedroom on the first floor, and I decided I wanted a 3 a.m. snack. I walked down the hallway and stopped when I heard the oven beeping. The time read exactly 3:01. The oven makes a beeping noise when you push the buttons. So I was confused, and then gradually more terrified as I heard the beeping continue. I watched as the oven screen was filled with flashing orange placeholders, which I had never seen before, each one beeping as it was entered. And then a bunch of 1s and 0s, which were entered much quicker. There was no one there, and I'd never seen the oven do this before. It was as if someone was typing in the numbers. I was freaking out now, but as I moved into full view of the kitchen, toward the stairs to go wake up my parents, it stopped. I froze on the stairs and waited. The oven screen made 1 or 2 more beeping sounds, and then returned to its usual green digital clock. I was horrified. By this time I realized that It would be useless to wake up my parents, as there was no evidence of this happening. There was no immediate danger, and they probably wouldn't believe me anyways. I went straight to bed after that, believing I had seen something I wasn't supposed to. All right, I'm going to explain why I believe there's a presence in my family's home. But first, some context. There are 2 houses on our property, a large one that we rent and a small one that we stay in. When we aren't renting it, we enjoy living in the big house and we stay in the guest bedrooms. I'm currently staying in a room on the first floor. There's 2 floors. And my parents usually stay in the master bedroom upstairs. Occasionally, they'll go back to the small house to stay in their designated room out there. But since I like the large house so much, I usually stay in it anyways, alone. I'm not incredibly terrified of anything happening when I'm alone on the first floor or in the house, as we're in a pretty good town. I do, however, spend my leisurely time enjoying Reddit stories about the paranormal and Let's Not Meet. That being said, I always have scenarios and a plan in my head. I'm very much a night person, and before I got a puppy a few weeks ago, my sleep schedule was even worse than it is now. Now, on to the story. Over the last few months, I've been noticing very small things around the house, at very late hours. The most common is a door opening or closing slightly, and causing the hinges to make a deep groaning sound. I usually don't see the doors move, but I always hear the familiar noise that it would make if I were to move it. Each time I feel the air, or wind or airflow, and each time there's none. Keep in mind, these are super heavy, solid wooden doors, and they've got no reason to be swinging around at night. I've only noticed this occurring with the closet door in our hallway, which is built under the stairs, and the guest bedroom door to the one that I'm staying in. Usually my response to the closet door opening and closing is to look behind my shoulder when I hear the hinges groan, say loudly, "Do you mind?" And then I return to what I'm doing. One of the most recent and scariest encounters I've experienced involved my new dog. I keep her with me at night, and she always chills on the bed with me. She's a mini schnauzer, so she's always incredibly alert. She's pretty bonded to me, so she will occasionally bark at my parents if they sneak up on her. I was on the computer doing schoolwork, and my parents had gone to bed hours ago. All of a sudden, she started to bark exactly as she would at a person, perched at the end of the bed, facing the closet and the bedroom door. I was immediately freaked out, but I assumed that it was my mother, who was a light sleeper, coming to check on me. That was until I noticed the door, which was open about 7 inches, gracefully close by itself. I thought that I must have missed her hand on the door or something, but the hallway was lit very well at the time, and before it had closed, I looked through it and clearly seen absolutely nothing and no one. Paranoid now, I yelled, "Mom?" a few times, to no avail. I then, very cautiously, grabbed the nearest sharpened pencil from my homework setup and slowly opened the door. The hallway was empty. No one was awake. I'm convinced that my dog either saw something or sensed something that night, and for whatever reason, felt the need to alarm me. Now, the bedroom door has moved before, but never that far. Usually I hear the latch squeak when it moves, which has grown completely normal for me, but not like this. This was too freaky. I used to have horrible nightmares, and this ties into my theory that this presence can only tread in a certain path, as some of the events have occurred in a clear line across the property. I had a dream, night terror maybe, that I was laying in my bed, waiting to fall asleep, and all of a sudden a voice passed through my head, whispering. I can only explain this as how you hear a ghost. I felt this sudden sense of foggy blackness in my head, and it felt like someone was choking me. I woke up, gasping for air. It seemed too real. I had another dream where I was in my bedroom, in the small house, while we had renters, I assume. This bedroom is also within the line of paranormal theory. I was in my bed, but I couldn't move. My room seemed to loom over me, and there was dim lighting. All of a sudden, this fuzzy, glowing figure started to emerge from below my bed. He was tall, but he had no defined edges to his figure because they were constantly moving. The best way I can describe it is that he was made of electricity, because he made very electric noises. He crackled and buzzed, and my terror grew as his featureless face and body seemed to reach out to me. All of a sudden, I was shaking uncontrollably in panic, fear, and the same electricity he seemed to give off. Around that time, I woke up. I believe these to be unrelated, but I'm unsure. Within the same line of my theory, I experienced the most chilling thing of all. I believe everything that night was real. I live in a place where the indigenous people were pushed out like so many others, and our property is actually built over what we assume to be an ancient fishing camp, as we found lures, old stone carved bowls, and fish hooks. It was about 11:35 p.m., and it had just rained. I was in the small house's bathroom, and I leaned my head out the window to smell the wonderful earthy scent. As I did so, I heard chanting in the native language to this place. I know this because in school we were taught parts of the native language. I got chicken skin. The chanting used words that I couldn't understand, but were definitely in the native tongue. What was even more chilling was that it sounded as if it were inside my head, but not in the way that you would imagine it or narrated in the voice inside your head. I couldn't hear my voice. I was hearing an elderly voice, chanting foreign words. It was as though it was all around my head for about 5 to 10 seconds. I was frozen there, listening. There are no words to describe it, honestly, and there's nothing like it. It's one of those things you just have to experience yourself. Make of all this what you will. This happened in South Carolina. I saw the last post about this happening to another woman, so it seemed like a good time to tell someone. This was one of the worst experiences of my life, and I hadn't thought about it for a long time. Someone said I should write a book of all the horrible things that have happened in my life, because it should have been more than a person can handle. I was dating a guy for a couple of weeks, and we went to one of his friends' houses in the middle of nowhere. It was a run-down, older mobile home, but who am I to judge? We went in, and there were 4 other guys. I thought it was odd I was the only girl, but I shrugged it off. They wanted to play a drinking game, and back then, I was a little wild, so I was game. After about an hour, things got a little weird. I could see them looking at each other like there was an inside joke. I decided to get up and go to the bathroom, and when I came out, someone pushed me into the bedroom and locked the door. It was completely dark. I banged on the door, telling them that this was not funny. The door opened, and they all came in and shut the door behind them. I could feel them grabbing at me and laughing. I was fighting and hitting, but they were too strong. The door opened, and they all left. I could hear them outside, in the hall. It didn't sound good. They were discussing the order in which they would take turns. The door opens and my mind is going a mile a minute on how I'm going to survive this. The guy came in and sat on the bed and said that he was going to get me out of there. He said that they went too far and he didn't know that they were going to hurt me. He said he thought that it was just a joke. There was a back door across the bedroom, and he said for me to run through the woods as fast as I could to the road, and he would come and find me. I ran as fast as I could, and I heard them yelling for me to come back. I could hear them coming. I got to the road and I hid behind a tree. It seemed like an hour, and I see a car pull up with him in it, and he's all bloody. They'd beaten the crap out of him for letting me go. He had my purse and ended up taking me home. I didn't know if I should trust him, but I had no other choice. I was in the middle of the woods. I heard a couple of months later that he was arrested for killing his girlfriend, and the guy who took me there was arrested for assault of another woman. Maybe if I had gone to the police, this might not have happened. In 2001, I was living with my dad and two brothers in a small house my dad had just purchased. One night, I heard breaking glass outside. So I jumped up and went out into the hallway to investigate. I looked out the bathroom window first, and I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything out the front door, so I went to the kitchen to get a drink. No glasses were clean, so when I was washing one, I looked out back, and there he was. Some guy in all black, and his hood was up, and he was staring at the house. I froze up. I began crawling throughout the house, making sure everything was locked. When I made it to the front window, there he was, face planted against the glass, peering inside. I was terrified. I screamed, and my dad and older brother came barreling down the steps with baseball bats. I told them what happened. When we looked out front, our name plaque on the porch was shattered and possibly pissed on. My dad called the police, and they told us that this happened to the previous family several times. As far as I know, he never returned. My dad moved in 2009. I'm not sure if this belongs in this sub or where I should post it. Just looking for some guidance because I'm not sure what's going on. I live in the suburbs of Arizona, right by a mountain preserve. There's plenty of washes around. We get coyotes, bobcats, raccoons, the usual. We've got plenty of chickens and 5 dogs. 1 wolf dog, 1 big male Akita, and 3 Anatolian shepherds. 2 are male puppies, though. The dogs are inside dogs, but we let them into the yard and they have free roam. We have a 6-foot wall around our yard. We have neighbors on all 3 sides of the wall. One of the houses to the side is vacant, and the other one directly behind us, the owner hasn't been home for about a month. On both sides of his house is a wash. About a week ago at dusk, my sister had called for all the dogs to come inside. She saw one of the pups walking away from her and into some bushes out of sight and called to it. I asked her what she was calling to, and she said the pup. I said, "No, he's right here," which he was. All the dogs were accounted for. We just brushed it off as a strange thing, but didn't think much of it. Last night, around 12:30 at night, my father and I are awake in the family room. We hear a large bang from outside, which sounds like a trash can lid closing. So we send out the Akita, and we grab lights and head outside. We check the trash cans. Nothing is disturbed as far as we can tell. I notice my sister has come to the door because she heard the bang too. I head back in to talk to her when my dad pops his head in and asks if we let the puppies out. We say no, and he gets mad and responds that he's right there outside. The Akita we let outside is standing next to my father. The other 4 dogs are laying right inside. We watch as what is not our pup, but looks like his backside, walks behind our greenhouse and out of sight. The same dog that my sister had seen the other day. Same size, same color, same curly tail. Both times, we only saw its backside. There's no chance this breed is running wild in Arizona. That pup has also recently got a scar across his muzzle, but we thought it was from the other dogs picking on him more than usual lately. He's also the only dog that barks at his reflection at night in the windows. Our dogs usually run around the yard day or night, playing. The past few days, they've been hanging around the door while they go outside, or around us when we go outside. They've been uncomfortable recently, which is weird for them. The 5 together in the yard fear nothing. The smallest are literally the 2 male puppies weighing 70 pounds each. What we saw looked exactly like him. At least what we saw, which was his backside. We didn't follow because of everything I've read on these subs that says not to. And not knowing what it was, I wasn't about to take a chance without some guidance. There's no chance that this is a wild dog hopping our 6-foot fence. There are no wild Anatolian shepherds in the area. It's more of a rare breed. Any thoughts on what it could be or what it wants? Also, side note, we usually don't hear other dogs barking at night. We've heard more than ever recently, but only on the days that we've not seen the dog. So, some updates on this one. From dusk to dawn, one of us goes out and walks with the dogs. We also bought a new, stronger flashlight that lights up the area pretty nicely. We have cut or cleaned up a lot of the brush, so there's less hiding spots. However, when we walk the dogs at night, they do their business and head back to the door, even before we do. I've never known them to not want to be outside. I haven't seen anything since the 2 sightings, although it's only been a few days. We have heard on 2 different nights a large pack of coyotes in the neighborhood. We even heard that they got 2 of our neighbors' dogs. And when I say hear, I mean it's 1 a.m. and we hear the howling and fighting and the losing side. The coyotes are not the ones making the dogs uncomfortable. We had one jump the wall in the past, and all of our dogs went after it. It couldn't get back over fast enough. So, still concerned because they aren't comfortable again or yet, and I'm not sure why. I'll update again if we see anything else. Okay, warning. If you're squeamish, this story is not for you. Like, not at all. It's about my first lesbian experience. I was in college, extremely intoxicated. We went back to her place and we hooked up. The next morning, still groggy, definitely hungover, I get off her mattress and find my coat that I threw into the darkness upon entering last night. When I pick it up and shake it off, it's covered in ants. Then, it gets worse. Walking back into her room to ask if this ant problem is normal, she says, "Yeah, they just keep coming back." Then, I noticed that everywhere I looked, there was another kind of bug crawling on some surface. Roaches in the kitchen, tiny ants on the ceiling. I'm starting to get physically nauseous at the fact that I've spent the night here, and when I return home, I discover hundreds of tiny bites up my legs, my back, my wrists. A couple of days later, I also discovered that my dorm room was infested with bed bugs. I wonder where they got those from. What do you think is the worst part? Actually having the bed bugs or being humiliated by your RA in front of your dorm mates who now have to strip and wash every piece of fabric they own and find temporary housing because you had a one-night stand with a real dirt ball. I'm surprised I didn't get a UTI or worse. Ladies, glamour tip number 246. Don't hook up on a mattress infested with bugs. And to Bug Girl, let's never meet again. Had a pretty terrifying thing happen to me the other night. A bit of backstory: I'm 18 and a leader in a Boy Scouts of America troop. The troop I'm affiliated with is about 50 minutes from where I live, and to get to it, you have to go through a larger town of 50,000 plus people. This town is split in half by a river, and the part of the city north of the river is considered to be the rougher part of town, with a higher homeless population. After the scout meeting, I drove around town to see all the Christmas lights, and eventually I made my way into the rougher area. I drove past some nice decorations and turned down a side street. There were street lights at every intersection, but it was nearly pitch black in between the streets, right where the alley is. As I turned, I saw someone in a black coat just standing in the middle of the road, right where the alley is, with their arms at their sides. They started walking towards me slowly and raised their arms up in the air like they were signaling me. I had recently watched a video where a young woman waved a car down on a dark road and had people with her, and had what I could only guess were evil intentions. As soon as I saw this person in the darkest part of the street, my blood ran cold, and I backed up and drove away as fast as I could, while still paralyzed with fear. In hindsight, I probably could have called police dispatch to see if that person had actually needed help, but who knows? I should really invest in a dash cam. I was making something to eat for me and my ex-wife. It was late at night and I was asking her what she would want. She answered and said, "I'm going to charge my phone and come back." A few minutes later, as I waited in the kitchen, she came back. She didn't say anything, but moved out of the way as I was pulling things out of the fridge. I spoke to her, but she didn't reply. And at the time, it made sense, since she was addicted to some app game. So after the food was done, I noticed she was no longer in the kitchen. I walked back to the bedroom and said, "Hey, why are you back here? I just said the food was ready." She said, "I've been back here." Long story short, she said after she went to the bedroom originally, she never came back. I saw her there. I talked to her. No response from her, which I explained was normal. So we gathered our food and discussed what happened. Apparently, I was in the kitchen, alone, with someone who looked like her and semi-responded like her, but she wasn't there. So I saw a woman who resembled my ex, and I interacted with her, but it wasn't her. I still can't figure out who or what I spoke to.